The clock is chiming, as we can hear, and the computer has clicked over to 10 o'clock. So let us begin. So I don't believe we have any public forum speakers this morning. So, and apologies, I have not received any. Don't believe we have any, which is great. So, confirmation of the agenda. So I move that Council confirms the agenda without addition or alteration. Seconded, Councillor Walker. Anyone want to speak to that? No one's got any comment? Great. So all those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Declarations of interest. Members are reminded of the need to stand aside from decision making where a conflict arose between their role as an elected representative and any private or other external interests they may have. Are there any changes or updates at this stage? No. So I move that the committee notes the elected members' interest register attached as attachment A and confirms the proposed management plan for elected members' interests. Is there a seconder? Councillor Lucas. Or anyone to speak? No. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item number 5, confirmation of the minutes of the Ordinary Council meeting 1st of May 2023. So I move that Council confirms the minutes of the Ordinary meeting held on that date as a correct record. A seconder, Councillor Mayhem. Would anyone like to speak to that? No. Thank you. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. ASL week was last week. Item number 6, the Chief Executive's Overview Report. Ms Graham and Mr Logie will speak to the report. Sorry? There's lots of waving. So to be a little warm up, the sun's shining. Would you like to preface the report with some opening remarks?
No, councillors, we are happy to take questions.
Wonderful. Are there any questions? Councillor Vandevers.
Thank you. Looking at the bottom of page 32, it says that the interest rate applicable to borrowings remains unchanged at 4.85%. Do you have a estimate on what borrowings may be for next year and the year after, given that this year, on my account at least, there's been 3 interest rate increases and they want currently 8% out of me personally. I understand the DCC gets a better deal, but I'm wondering what is the forward expectation of interest rates over the next few years?
So again, if I knew the detail of that, I'd be a rich man, councillor. What I can say is that we are currently paying 4.35%. We have reconfirmed with the Dunedin City Treasury the 4.85 for next year, and they are comfortable that that's at that level.
So we only actually look at 1 year ahead in terms of anticipated rate rises?
So just be clear that, I mean, obviously what Treasury do is they look at the borrowings for the group and look at hedging. So there's a hedging profile that they put in place based on what their expectations are. But again, I mean, interest rates at the moment are fundamentally unpredictable. You know, there's talk that the OCR will go up, go down. But at this stage, we're budgeting at 4.85%, which we think is conservative in relation to what we're paying at the moment.
Great, thank you for that. A bit further up the page, it says the attached funding document statement shows that the impact of the increased level of spend with the additional capex and associated interest costs being funded by increased debt. When you fund an associated interest cost and you fund that with increased debt, is this what gives you an unbalanced budget?
No, the unbalanced budget's driven by a lot of things, but primarily it's driven by the fact that we have an increased cost of depreciation, particularly in Three Waters and a little bit in roading, and that's what's creating the unbalanced budget where our revenue is less than what our expenditure is. what the increase in depreciation is reflecting is that the cost of replacing our existing assets is getting greater. In terms of the capitalisation of the interest, I mean, that's based on the fact that we put a rate increase in at 6.5%, and on that basis, any shortfall in funding has to be funded by debt. Bearing in mind that the majority of the interest and the additional debt is attributable to Three Waters.
If, as it says here, the additional capex and associated interest cost is being funded by increased debt, if you're funding your interest cost by increased debt, does that not really define an unsustainable financial situation where you're borrowing to pay interest?
So again, I think as Council moves into the next 10-year plan, that will be a matter for discussion in terms of the level of rate increase, a level of expenditure, all those sorts of things need to be considered. And are we getting to the stage that our Three Waters revenue needs to be increased significantly in order to fund the renewals program? Bearing in mind that we have to be conscious that obviously we have reform sitting on the horizon, and whether that occurs or not occurs, I mean, is going to be something that Council is going to need to consider.
Moving on to the next page, 33, item 27, the last line says, the property budget is able to accommodate the $100,000 request from the Dunedin Theatre Network. What else is the property budget able to accommodate, and why was that property budget not trimmed given this kind of excess in it?
Councillor, the report says the property budget can accommodate it. That's because last year Council asked staff to work with the Dunedin Theatre Network, and they have on their plan. You've seen the document that's been presented by them as part of their submission, in much the same way that you asked us to work with the Sims building folk the year before. Property staff have, and they have identified in their budget that there's $100,000 available should councillors decide they want that work progressed. If you don't, then that is a potential saving in the property budget.
Thank you for that. Moving on up the page, item 21. Attachment B also shows the impact of option 2 included in the capital expenditure report, associated to a further acceleration of Three Waters capital expenditure. This further acceleration of Three Waters capital expenditure, who proposed this option, which is tens of millions of dollars?
It's a work program that staff have developed. As you know, we haven't been fully renewing our waters infrastructure, and we've developed a program where we're getting back on top of it. So staff have given you an option that they know that they and the market can deliver, but recognise that it is quite a significant increase on what we're currently doing.
You say that staff has developed this. Were staff given some kind of directive to develop this? Were staff acting on a council resolution to spend another, $30 million on an already inflated $35 million extra acceleration? Why was this option proposed here? And what is the driver for it, given that I don't remember any council directive and that this hasn't been consulted on?
So council, and I'd have to check the date, probably July 2020 maybe, or 2021, one of those two, authorised that staff work on an accelerated program for Three Waters renewals and capital works. And so this program that has been developed is in a direct response to council resolving that we do that work.
Yes, but that resolution was already acted on by the $35 million that we already basically agreed to a bit earlier this year. How come we're throwing even more money into a Three Waters pot that's going to end up being owned by the government anyway?
staff are giving effect to the aspirations of the council to accelerate the Three Waters program, and you have options here about how much you want to accelerate or otherwise, noting that if reform goes ahead in some format, the debt and the assets in their replaced form will transfer to the new entity.
I have asked a number of times about confirmation that the debt, this additional debt, the 35 million that we've already expended, and this doing it again now proposal, I've asked for confirmation that this debt will be transferred, and I have not received it. I have been told that someone from the Department of Internal Affairs has said that yes, it's going to be transferred, but then if you look at the T-shirt that I'm wearing, and you look at the government promise for a business case hospital that they went back on, even when they've promised something in writing, we haven't had it from government, and I haven't seen anything in writing yet. Is there anything in writing to show that all this additional debt, the 35 million we've already discussed, and the additional that is being proposed today, is there anything in writing from government that shows that all of this debt will be transferred to the new entity?
Councillor, it's a separate item on the papers, but on page 88, there is staff advice that says at this point we don't have written confirmation from DIA, but we are working with them, and the work would proceed on the levels that are being suggested here, depending on council's decision, subject to DIA written approval. So that's paragraph 30 on page 88 of your papers.
So what the plan is that depending on the decision of council through the deliberations process, we will then approach DIA with a formal proposal requesting confirmation of that debt. One would hope that we can get confirmation that they will take on that debt prior to the adoption of the annual plan in June.
Surely you would ask for confirmation that they will take on the debt before we inflict this debt and its interest costs on the ratepayers of Dunedin. Why is it that we are basically committing tens of millions of dollars to an asset shortly to be overtaken by the government when we don't have written confirmation that that debt will be transferred?
Mr. Logie has outlined the process that we're required to take with DIA. We can't put a proposal to them until council has confirmed what that proposal is.
And Councillor, item 9, of course, has the two options here for us to consider later on.
I have read those in detail, but my question remains. The statement now by the Chief Executive that we can't confirm an amount with DIA prior to confirming that amount, but surely we can confirm with DIA, and we should have confirmed with the Department of Internal Affairs, that they will take on additional debt if we are going to spend it. Surely we have got the horse and the cart around the wrong way with us.
I'll try one more time to answer this, Mr. Mayor, but after that I think probably there's nothing more I can add. But as you have suggested, Councillor, you've heard us say that DIA have indicated they will take the debt, and that indication is what we have to work with until we have a proposal that council has confirmed that we then present to them. So they have indicated that all things going according to plans as they currently are, they will take the debt. But we can't tell them how much it is until council has made a decision. And there really isn't anything more I can say around that can make it any more clear than that.
I fully accept that they have indicated, but you have already said that they haven't put it in writing. And that is really the question here. Why are we going ahead when we don't have a written confirmation?
Councillor?
Point of order, please.
Well, hang on just a minute. So I think we have, the question has been answered as accurately as it can be answered at this point in time. So it's up to us to make the decision when we come to item number 9, because that then feeds into the correspondence with DIA. So I think that's where it sits. So Are you finished there, Councillor Vandevers?
Thank you for indulging me. I now know exactly where we stand regarding DIA, and I have to say I'm not happy with it, but I accept that the advice given is the state of affairs currently.
Thank you. We shall move on. And so next on the list is Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have a question around page 32, number 16, around the events budget, and it said that there was it was still being worked through. Is there an update on the events budget, and if there is a difference, what could it be applied to?
Yes, there is a different. Staff have worked to confirm some costings that weren't available when this paper was presented, and there is I think from memory, 438. Yeah, I think, was it 438, Carolyn? 448. So $448,000 saving. So that is, staff's advice would be that would be best applied to the deficit, so to the bottom line, but it's free for council to determine what they would do with that.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm going to put most of my questions in item 9, but I just wanted to touch on the unbalanced budget concept. It's been stated in the past, I just want to confirm that this is the statement, that due to the uncertainty of Three Waters reform and transfer of debt and assets, whether they will or will not occur based potentially on things like the outcome of the election, other such things, we're in such a state of uncertainty that we're leaving it as unbalanced this year, but next year we'll have a greater sense of certainty, and that's when we would address the balancing of the budget.
That would be a fair summation of things. I mean, the 10-year plan is the place where you can start looking at what do you need to do to set the organisation up for. Does reform happen? Does it not? When does it happen? It's all those sorts of things. It was very clear prior to when the 4 entities were in place. It was very clear that 1st of July next year was this changeover date. Obviously, the changes that have occurred recently with the additional entities has created some doubt in terms of timing of those activities.
To some extent, those changes occurred during the preparation of this budget, so that when we started the preparation it was 4 entities. At this point it's gone to 10, and there's still uncertainty. Thank you.
Very good. Councillor Hulan.
Thank you. I was just going to say every single council in the country is in the same position as us. Is that correct? That none of them know whether the debt's going to be transferred, and they don't have certainty over any of that. Is that fair to say?
Look, they all have a degree of uncertainty, but each council has a slightly different set of circumstances. So that, we are delivering our capital budget ahead of the LTP, which means that we are unusual compared to other councils.
Thank you. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. My question's also about around the houses that we've had on this debt question in DIA. Is it fair? Can I safely make the assumption that the debt, even if council decides to proceed, but the debt will not be raised until such time as we have the assurances expected in writing from DIA?
I think I know what you're asking. I think I'll answer it by maybe a statement rather than what will happen if council set an amount. We will go to the DIA to get confirmation before the work begins, at which point the debt would then get raised as the work is done.
Yes. So we're not...
Microphone.
The debt is not going to be raised prior to the insurances that we expect from DIA that we've had orally, but not yet in writing.
Yes.
Thank you.
Very good. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. And just a couple of questions just for clarification, and I'll go back to Councillor Van der Vis pointing out that last bullet point in point 15 around the 4.85% interest rate that's applicable, and this has been addressed many times, but I'll ask for clarification that we employ hedging, of course, as a fundamental part of our financial prudence the very idea of which is to make sure that we iron out the inevitable bumps, whether they be falls or rises, over the years as they occur. Okay, thank you. And just going again to that debt level, and to remind people and remind myself that our allowance of 250% of revenue currently sits, and correct me if I'm wrong, around the 140% mark.
Yeah, that's correct. But obviously, if we accelerate, then obviously that percentage goes up quicker than what was originally anticipated in the 10-year plan. But again, when that spend is happening in the Three Waters space, and that debt will at some point potentially transfer, then that's again a decision of council as to whether they're prepared to accept that we'll take I'll say the word a punt and say actually we think reform's going to happen. The debt will transfer. So I mean, just be really clear, when we talked a few weeks ago about the opening balance of $122 million at 30th of June, for all intents and purposes, DIA have said that that's acceptable. They're happy with the mechanism through which we've calculated that. So that's the starting point. Following deliberations, we will then put a proposal to discuss, to seek approval for obviously the additional spend that's occurring in the current year, and then any additional spend that we think is going to occur in, or that council have approved for the next year. Again, the timing of the reform will be the challenge.
Very good. Councillor Houlihan?
Thank you. Just for clarification, it's for the option 2 that was discussed earlier. As far as the staff recommendation, it's very normal for staff to make a recommendation in a report, whether it's been a motion or not, and it's up to council to decide whether they approve of that or not. Is it not? Is that the correct process?
It is, but staff have not made a recommendation about which of the two options council might want to progress in this case.
But just to clarify, it's very normal for staff to put different options.
Correct, we're required to put options.
Thank you. Councillor Gary?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Ms Graham, I'm just checking my memory here. My memory is, and you may be able to help me with this, that it was the community asking us loud and clear that they wanted us to replace ageing infrastructure. And secondly, our ageing infrastructure needs to be replaced because it suffered from years of not being replaced and upgraded. Am I correct in my memory?
We had historical low investment in some of our key infrastructure, and in the past, well, how many years we've started to focus on it? Past 3 or 4 years, it's really been a focus.
So it'd be fair to say then that that's what was driving council to come to the conclusion that we needed to have an accelerated work program in this area.
And we got more mature as an organisation in terms of our asset management and better understanding of what the state of our assets. But there was a clear direction from council as well that was to be a priority.
Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan?
Sorry, just one more. In relation to the option, if we did opt to spend more on Three Waters spend, if DIA agree to repay that debt, does that mean we'll sit, that sort of will balance us back into without taking on a lot more debt? Does that mean there won't be a large increase if that happens?
If DIA agree, whatever debt we raise to do whatever work we do in Three Waters will transfer to them.
Right, so that would then be taken off our expenses. That's correct? Yep.
It gets taken off the balance sheet.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Very good. That being the case, I'll move. That the council notes the CEO overview report for our deliberations, and notes that any resolutions made in this section of the meeting pursuant to Standing Order 23.5 may be subject to further discussion and decision by the meeting. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Ackland. Would anyone like to speak to it? Councillor Vandervis.
I'm glad to have had some clarification this morning from the Chief Executive and our Chief Financial Officer regarding this overview report. The overview report, though, has a great deal in it which I feel is really extremely difficult to A, accept and B, vote for. I recognise that this vote is for noting, and I'm having real trouble in noting a report which talks about interest costs being funded by increased debt. When you are in a very, very deep debt hole and you are borrowing more to pay for interest, to me this is plainly an unsustainable way of operating and goes against the financial policy which Council agreed earlier this year, which said that we needed to operate our finances on a sustainable basis. So I'm not happy that it's unsustainable. I'm also not happy that for the second time recently we are reverting into the unusual and generally not permitted area of having an unbalanced budget. And the reason this time is given largely it's because of depreciation, revaluations, and that it'll all get sorted out next year. That may well be the case, but to agree to an unbalanced budget that is also unsustainable, I feel is fundamentally problematic. I'm also very concerned that the Chief Financial Officer has confirmed that the starting point for the debt transfer in the event that our Three Waters asset goes to the government, goes to them being a nice way of describing a process which originally we were told by MP Mahuta we would be allowed to opt in or opt out of, and now is simply being forced on us. But the Chief Financial Officer has confirmed that the starting point for the transfer of debt for this asset is $120 million. I think I've got that correct. I've written it down. But we also have a valuation very recently for the same asset of $1.6 billion. And apparently there is some kind of process that gets a asset with a valuation of $1.6 billion transferred for a mere $120 million. This process is one which I find abhorrent. This is one which I find to be an insult to the 150 years of rates and rate paying that have gone into creating our Three Waters asset. And for the Department of Internal Affairs to decide that this is going to be the starting point for what we are going to be given in terms of debt transfer for the asset, I think it's entirely unacceptable. So I'm pleased that this item does actually lay out a number of the major oversight issues that we do face. I'm not pleased that staff have developed an even further acceleration to the already, in my view, extremely unwise rush to spend even more borrowed money on an asset that is going to be taken over by the Crown. So for these reasons, I will be voting against noting the overview report.
Okay. Councillor Lucas. Oh, a minute. Councillor Lucas.
Apologies for that. I too, like Councillor Vandervis, am concerned about having an unbalanced budget and concerned about borrowing to fund interest costs. But mostly I'm also very concerned that my fellow councillors, that we don't go on a spending spree with the $448,000 saving that has been identified in events as we go forward into these next lot of deliberations. It needs to go into our bottom line to help in some way to balance our budget, and I just would like to urge caution as we go ahead in the deliberations ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I also am concerned about everything to do with Three Waters, and Councillor van der Vis is correct. There's a lot of concerns around that. However, it is not our staff's problem. This has been put on us by the government, and whether we agree with it or not, we just need to make the best of a bad situation. And the option 2 of offering us an option that we could look at to get more infrastructure done while it's spending more money right now. If the government repay that debt and that debt goes on their books and not ours, then my thinking on that is that we need to get as much infrastructure fixed in our city as possible. We have so many questions that aren't answered around once this new entity kicks in as to priority-wise where we will sit, whether our city will get all our work done straight away or whether we'll be put last on the list because we're reasonably good when you see the list of other councils and where they sit. So the ones who are worse off will probably get the attention first. So, I mean, it is quite, actually, in my mind, makes sense to try to do more infrastructure work as soon as possible. And if it's in our system, it's quite likely that work will get done. Because once we're in that system, we don't know we're only a small cog among a whole lot of other councils then competing to get our work done. We don't know what priority will be given. So, you know, that's the things we have to weigh up. Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm hoping that with all the debate on Three Waters, item 9 will be shorter, but I doubt it. I just want to touch again on my take on why the budget is deliberately unbalanced, and that is the uncertainty of Three Waters reform. It's not a permitted activity for councils to deliberately put forward unbalanced budgets. They have to have a reason. The other one was COVID. This one, it will be resolved in the next 12 months one way or another, and we will not be able to avoid it next year. But it is appropriate, in my opinion, based on the level of flux that we were in. When we started this budget, there were 4 water entities, now there are 10. The transfer date has moved on in time, so there's a lot of things that have changed since we even started this budget. What the decision to go with an unbalanced budget at this point reflects pretty much where we were at the start of the budget process when the entities were going to transfer within the next 12 months. Now we've moved away from that, but I don't think we've got time to do redesign. I think this is an appropriate outcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Similarly, I think this is a very good report from the Chief Executive, which covers off all of the items that we are discussing today in a fair and balanced way. And I think, we're in a position with Three Waters where we simply don't have a choice. We have to go with what the government has mandated now, and, they are in control of the situation. So it's important that we make the best of the situation we're in for the good of the city and to get as much of the work done in a reasonable fashion without, getting the best balance of debt and rates increases that we can manage to have an even flow of cash flow in the council going forward. So I'm happy with everything that is presented here, and similarly as we go through the various items on our agenda today, we have a really good set of requisitions, I suppose, inquiries and requests from the community, albeit for funding, for amenity, or for reports going forward into the long-term plan. So I think this is a very good overview, and I commend it to you to note it. So I'll now put the motion. All those in favour, say aye. Come back, division, yes. So, by division, Lynn will take the division.
Aye.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Thank you. Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert. Aye. Councillor Houlihan. Aye. Councillor Lafiso. Aye. Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem. Aye. Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker. Aye. Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mr Mayor.
Aye.
Carried 14-1.
Thank you. Moving on to item 7, the annual plan requests for funding on page 39. Chief will speak to the report.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And councillors, just unrelated to this, we are working on the aircon in here. We're at the minute even struggling to get the cold air turned off, but so we are working on it, but thank you for the various emails about it. So what we have here, councillors, as the covering report notes, requests for funding that were specifically able to be identified from the various requests from submitters. We did our best to capture all of them, so we've found a dozen. Your reading may have turned up others, so this list is as good as we could manage. So if there are others, this is the time where you might want to consider those. We are happy to take any questions that you might have. There's nothing much more we can say at this point.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. My question is around the Dunedin Theatre Network and the potential for the design concepts, I can't recall the wording because it changed, for the 3 buildings being over $100,000. Is there a willingness on behalf of the Dunedin Theatre Network to raise any additional funds that might be required should it come to over 100,000? If we were of a mind to fund that.
Sorry, we were just working out who was best to answer that. Yes, we're in ongoing conversations with the Dunedin Theatre Network about the type of funds they might need for the type of work. It's just, at the moment, we haven't been able to see all the work they've already done to date, and we just really wanted to highlight that if there is structural assessments required, that 100,000 wouldn't address those structural assessments, but they may have them on hand. And to answer your question, I do believe the Theatre Network would pursue additional funds if that was needed, not from us, but from another source.
Thank you. And did they give any indication of how long it would take to do that work?
I believe they're aiming by the end of the year.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. On the same matter, I don't know if property can answer this, but I am concerned that at the lack of clarity around what has and hasn't been done. You've all seen the figures that Councillor Barker circulated in respect of heritage grants to these 3 theatres, the 3 amateur theatres. And the Playhouse, for example, has already got $55,000 for various things. The Mayfair has got a lot more, 80, which includes all sorts of planning work and assessment. And the Athenaeum has had 119. So in that context, I am not sure what 100,000 is going to achieve, and I have no idea how much duplication or how much of the work has already been done because of the previous grants and bits and pieces that all 3 institutions have asked for various purposes.
I think in the Dunedin Theatre Network proposal, each of their properties outlines at a high level what work they've had done to date. And they were kind enough to send the quote that they've got through from their consultants outlining what would be involved in that next step. And it's really around bringing each of the properties up to a same standard and giving you current costs. So most of them have done some design work and some level of seismic assessment, but they've all been done at various times. So from 2017 to more recently. So the $100,000, I believe that should cover architect fees and quantity surveying and a review of all the documents each of the property has to bring it up to current spec and current code for the design work. Sorry, does that answer your question?
Yes, that's very helpful. Thank you. I'm not sure. This is probably a question for the Chief Executive. I'm also concerned that we are not making progress on the wider questions of new theatre build for professional theatre, and the question of accommodating the needs of the music sector at the same time as we're grappling with how we can support amateur theatre around these one or more of these, or two or three of these particular facilities. Can someone shed some light on the pathway for the two other issues, please?
Sorry, thank you, Councillor. Can I just confirm pathway in terms of the live music work and the performing arts, just professional theatre? So I guess we have, there's been a lot of work with both of those communities. And one of the things that has been very clear is that one option is not going to be the right option for everybody. And so with the Live Music Action Plan, that is about setting out over periods of time. So there's what can we do this year, what can we do in 3 years, what can we do in 10 years, what is possible. And so that's the work that staff have been doing with the Live Music Action Plan. The work with the performing arts community has been, I think it's fair to say, fraught. And we started re-engaging with the community after the charcoal blue work. They really felt like they needed to kind of go away as their own sector and do a little bit of self-healing and come together with what they wanted to do. The Dunedin Theatre Network was an option that they felt was being a community-led option. The Dunedin Theatre Network itself worked really hard with their own community to bring them together in a way that they could start to speak to staff as one voice. And then they presented last year to annual plan. They've presented again this year to annual plan. So that's where we're at with those two broader communities and the options that have kind of come through from working with the communities. The idea around having a brand, a new theatre, working with property around that idea has also meant thinking through, what the possibilities are for the city, whether that be what land we have, options we have around land, options we have around other buildings, and that's been an ongoing process of work that property has also been doing. So does that answer anything?
Kind of. And that ongoing work around the professional theatre, new build or not, can we assume that the submission that was made around the Carnegie Centre will be or is part of that work?
So staff were taken through the Carnegie Centre a few months ago to we were invited to have a look, and we went through, but at this stage it's not front and centre of our thinking around a possible new theatre space. It would require a significant amount of work, given its current use. Like new lifts, for example, would be very, very expensive. Just as a one thing, it's likely to have asbestos. I don't know. I'm not saying that out loud. What? Anne will have more.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Chief. The Carnegie Centre would have similar challenges as a building to some of our other heritage and older buildings that we're holding in the portfolio. It's of an age, it will need structural strengthening, it will need accessibility and fire, it will need lifts put in. Whilst there's space at the back, and there is a house that sits at the back as well, a heritage house, the building itself will need work.
And what I would say is I think it gets to a point where we just have to go with what we've got, settle on some options and do the work, because otherwise we will be always looking at the next best thing and never getting anything done. And there's enough options in the mix, and then you add in the black box, and we've got a pretty good mix of things without looking at the Carnegie Centre.
I'm sure that's the case, and that's probably the complication, isn't it? But none of these options is actually addressing the funding that's sitting there for a new build, albeit not enough. And that doesn't sound as though that's going to emerge anytime soon.
I'm not sure. Staff are working. It's complicated because we've had to rebuild relationships with the two respective communities and get them on board. We've still got to engage more with councillors about your aspirations as well, and this is a conversation for the 10-year plan.
So I have a list of speakers, just for clarification. Councillor Gilbert next, and then Deputy Mayor Barker, Councillor Houlihan and Councillor Gary. Mr Gilbert.
Thank you kindly. Quick question on page 43, item number 3, the development of a shared bike walkway between Waldronville and Ocean View. Not sure to whom this question goes, but given there's reference there to the review of the Dunedin Urban Cycleways program, what is the time frame of having that program completed? Is anybody able to let me know?
So they'll be completed in time for the long-term plan, so that budgets can be assigned. There'll be some engagement with councillors about mid-year on that work.
Thank you, Mr Drew. And also, therefore, given that this connection between Waldronville and Ocean View has been of concern and a topic for advocacy for quite some time, is it safe then to assume that this would be on the list, if not even possibly high on the list of additions to this network?
Oh, sorry, I couldn't say because I'm not involved in the detail, but I could ask the team and get you an answer.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have quite a number of questions, but I think maybe I should do them in rounds because I think we started with the performing arts. So I'll just follow up with the cycle one, though, that when we are looking at the strategic walking and cycling network, I know we have a toilet matrix, so we also have a cycle matrix to think about how we prioritise. A lot of requests from different community boards, etc. Will that be part of the work?
I'm not sure about a matrix. I do love a matrix, so being an engineer. But yes, there will be a prioritisation framework and we'll work that through with councillors.
I'll go back to the theatre network because that seems to be the one that we were discussing earlier. So I just want to clarify, did we make a decision about a new build or did we make a decision about the Athenaeum versus the Mayfair? I have looked back through all of the reports and the Charcoal Blue report, and I cannot find clarity on what decisions council has actually made.
My understanding is that council decided to leave the money in the budget while work was underway, but Jeanette's got all the decisions, the resolutions around decisions, and we'll come back to you with an answer. But my understanding was a placeholder with no firm commitment one way or another.
Do you want me to So that's correct, and I think what the decision that was made after the 10-year plan in 2021 and again at annual plan last year was really about re-engaging with the community. So that's the decisions that staff have been working on.
Was it a 17 million placeholder, just to confirm?
Give.
So would we be able to have a report coming up to give us some clarity on where we sit around this? I'm just aware that, as I think Councillor Bent brought up, that amateur theatre are doing their own thing but not professional theatre, and then there's performing arts as a whole. So would it be possible to get a report in the future to clarify where we're at?
Thank you, and if I may, Mr Mayor, that's probably something that I should have said in my opening comments. If there's more information that councillors want around any of the items in this paper or the amenity requests paper, a resolution around exactly what it is that council wants and what. So if you want a report, for example, one that is worded in a way that gets you the information you want, because that's where we need some clarity in time to inform the 10-year plan. And so that would be what I would suggest. So you've mentioned professional theatre, but you've also mentioned new build. So just making sure that the resolutions are framed in a way that staff then provide the advice and do the work to answer the questions you have. Oh, indeed, but more broadly, that's what I would suggest to councillors. If there are things you would like further information on, then direction to staff about what the nature of the report back that you would like would be really helpful.
At this point, I'll just make a comment that if you have any resolutions that you are composing, and you send them to the email address on your nameplate, governance.support@dcc.gvot.nz, so that they can be compiled. So as soon as you've conjure one up, please send it through. And copy your colleagues, yes. You could send it to all elected members as well. So carry on.
So I had questions on each of them. I guess I'll go down some of them. I think there was the number 2, the Katiaki, the predator-free Orokonui, Tuhura, the museum, and the hockey turf, about whether a lot of these will be covered in the upcoming grants review and what the process is for the grants review.
So yes, they will be covered in the grants review. We are still working out what that process will look like because staff have been busy preparing for this. But broadly, we will look to identify where there are grants across the organisation as the first thing, and that's not insignificant.
Will gymnastics be included in the sports facility review?
Yes, correct.
Next question is around the Otago Military Group and the Oval. Do we as council own the Oval?
Mr McLean nodding his head, so yes.
So this is really a request for council signage. So do we have a signage plan / budget and style for the city that could cover requests like this?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We have, through our marketing and comms team, we have a style guide, if it likes. So we're trying to get some consistency to our reserve signage, and we have sufficient budget to complete this request.
I guess that kind of goes on to Tomahawk Battery as well. Does DCC own that land?
Yes.
And that's the, I guess because we can't apply to the Heritage Fund because it's our own fund. So I guess that relates to number 7. How do we fund heritage assets and interpretation on public property? And is there a budget within council that relates to council's own heritage assets and interpretation?
So parks have a budget that looks after all of our monuments and structures, not specifically things like the gun emplacements at Tomahawk. So at this stage, we don't have any provision in the budget for the tomahawk. It's not a priority for us.
How do you determine the priorities?
By looking at what we have and the resource we have to maintain it, and we work through that. So the focus for our investment over the last few years has been on our really prominent monuments and structures throughout the city.
And what's the budget? I hadn't heard of this budget before. Is there a number on that?
I don't have it off the top of my head, but I can certainly get that for you.
I guess I'll also ask about how the signage relates, and I think this is actually coming up, how the signage relates to the destination plan, and will the upcoming destination plan have a signage policy that will integrate with the council's policy?
Well, Councillor, the destination plan is yet to be confirmed, but obviously any other plans of council will need to take into account what will be in the final destination plan.
And my last questions relate to Tuhura Otago Museum, and as we give them a grant, would this also be covered in our grants review?
I'm sorry, when you say we give them a grant, well, there's a statutory requirement that we pay their levy, but we pay, my understanding is that what we pay is above what the statutory entitlement was. Whether or not you consider that a grant, I guess I would have to take some advice on whether that's a grant or not.
How is the statutory entitlement calculated? Because I read through the legislation that you sent through and I can't find any information on that.
It's in Schedule 2 of the Ledge, and it talked about a CPI adjustment from a base figure from 1997, I think. So, but I've asked for advice on that, but I haven't got it in time to answer the question right at this point.
So it is already CPI adjusted because they're asking for inflation adjustment.
That's what the Ledge says in the schedule, but whether it was consistently applied or whether their costs kept, I don't know the answer to how it's played out over the years. Does anyone, Carolyn, do you know anything more than that? No.
It's probably because it goes back so far. We've probably had years where we've paid over the CPI. So Clutha is an example where Clutha has actually gone back to the CPI adjusted figure, which means the council, Dunedin City Council, has to front up with the difference between what the CPI adjusted figure is and what they are required to pay based on the calculation of what we're paying, if that makes sense. So effectively what they've done is, because we got to a point where they were paying more than what the CPI adjusted figure was, they reverted back to the CPI adjusted figure, and we are the default funder for any shortfall.
So we don't really have any clarity on how we've set that amount, how that amount has changed since, was it 96 that it came into? Yeah, okay. So also, we obviously need to sort that one out. Also in the legislation, I noted that they're supposed to present an annual plan to the funders by the 31st of May. Is it something that's been happening?
I believe so.
So I would have expected to have seen that on our council papers. So how does it come to council?
So they just sent through their annual report, but it's never come, and certainly in my time, I don't think it's ever come to council, I believe.
The submission of the museum board of the Dr. Griffin made, my understanding is that has become the mechanism whereby the board presents their funding request to council, and then you get their annual report outside of that.
So according to the legislation, would that be something that actually probably needs to be tidied up? Sorry.
Oh, look, I think that what the discussion around this topic has highlighted is that it really does need a bit of a review, I think.
Thank you. I'll keep my other questions, Mr. Mayor. I'm finished for the moment.
Very good. Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Just speaking on the motion that that is there for the 100K for the theatre, My understanding was, is it correct or not, that initially that money, the 17 million, was put forward for a professional theatre. Is that correct?
I don't think so. It was specifically consulted on in the 2018 10-year plan process, so I would want to check the wording. It might have been 2020. No, it was 2018, I think. I'll check the wording.
Thank you. My understanding, the theatre network are wanting this, have seen this, the funding put aside for a theatre, and have now been very proactive. There's no denying that. Extremely good, the way professional, the way they've gone about their submissions. But they have seen an opportunity to get money to do up older buildings, and then have them, as I understand it after talking to them, as venues to hire out. Does that fit the need of supporting a professional theatre in our city?
I can answer that, Councillor. I think, as I mentioned to Councillor Benson-Pope, you know, we aren't going to please everybody with any of the options. We aren't going to please all the people. But this does, I guess, the Dunedin Theatre Network's proposal goes some way towards, well, it recognises the ecosystem of performing arts, and that you need options for performance in order to develop the sector, so that you also have people who then go into the professional theatre sector, part of the sector as well. But you, and in doing that, you need a variety of options to enable the full performing arts sector to thrive.
We've spent, I think, about 300,000 on Charcoal Blue report, and now it's proposed another 100,000 on a option to look at this proposal. From the investigations and the money that's been spent so far, have we got any proposals for an area where a new theatre could be built? Because that was the initial thing that Charcoal Blue looked at. Is there anything at all, after all that money's been spent and time, that has come of that for a professional theatre?
I need to double check, but from memory, I think the Charcoal Blue proposal, one of the options they looked at was building a new theatre on the Sammy site.
Is that still the only option we have at the moment that's being considered by, or you know, a suggestion for council? Has there been anything else in this time? And money?
No, I think it goes back to what staff have been asked to do, which was to re-engage with the community to seek solutions as to a way forward. And the current proposal that you have in front of you from the community is what the community are saying is a proposal to go forward. And as you know, the Chief and Anna Nielsen have mentioned, we have looked at other options around the city as they have come up. None of them have been an option that we have considered worth pursuing at this stage.
We did have a presentation from professional theatre practitioners with an example of a professional new build for a professional theatre that Peter Hayden and several other practitioners came and spoke about. Has there been any, what sort of follow-up can we have of that?
Well, I think we did some initial kind of looking into what that proposal was. I mean, and there are lots of factors that made it that cost. it's built on a school site, lots and lots of different things that mean that the cost of that new build came out at, I think it was about 14 million. So we have had a sort of an overview look at what that particular build was all about. But again, it's not, in the time that we've learnt about that to now, it is not something that we have explored in any depth.
Thank you. I have questions from councillors Gary, Vandervis, Walker and Mayhem, just to know the order. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Several things. First of all, a procedural question. Can you tell me, are we going to take each, I'm a little confused, each of these items and look at motions for each of the items in order that they're in our papers, or how do you decide to? How have you decided?
Yeah, it is my intention to take them in order that they're in the papers, so, and to go through each one in turn.
Okay, thank you. So I've just foreshadowed a motion that I'm putting up, and I've sent that to governance and to my colleagues. So just saying that, but I have a question for the chief. Just want clarity on this because there does seem to be quite a lot of confusion around the table and all sorts of things around the black box and what you can tell us about what it's for, timing, progress, anything you can tell us at this point.
And so the black box is primarily a music venue. Primarily, it may do musical theatre, but I don't know if that counts as theatre or music. I'm not. So that's, and at this stage, feasibility work is well advanced, likely to be completed by the end of June, which is the most I know about that.
So that's kind of, we can put that to one side and park that in terms of live music, because that's the pathway that we're looking at. It's quite a separate need, is it not, than performing arts generally? Am I right?
Well, it's the black box is primarily a music venue. Whether that's the pathway for the live music plan, that I'm not sure that the two are linked. Yeah,
maybe a mix. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much indeed. So that's all I have at this point.
If I may, I have just to clarify a point that from Councillor Houlihan earlier. I was asked about whether the money in the budget was for a professional theatre. I'll forward to you all the resolution, but what the resolution said decides that the 17.1 million in the 10-year plan budget be retained for the future development of a mid-sized theatre. So it was agnostic about whether it was professional or community.
Very good. Clarity is increasing. Councillor Vandervis.
Thank you for confirming the quantum of the placeholder budget and that it's for a mid-sized theatre. Is it your understanding, Chief Executive, that a mid-sized theatre is a theatre that would be fundamentally used for theatre productions, or could it also be used for music or both?
I have no knowledge of that. I don't have a sense of that. This is not an area that I'm able to give an opinion on. I'm sorry. Anyone else?
It's my understanding that some of these theatres can be used for live music, but depending on the type of live music.
Thank you.
Very good. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm getting more confused as we go on and writing lots of stuff down here, but I guess that's the point. Just as I just want to also foreshadow that I've sent a motion around the museum, and just to clarify, the inflation adjusted base year is 96-97 in the Act. So my question, I guess, is to the Chief Executive around the museum and the fact that ever since I've been here, Mr Griffin comes and sits here and tells us about his financial woes. So my question is, to what extent have our staff, currently, do we currently work closely, do our staff currently work closely with the museum staff in order to cite or attempt to look at a more sustainable way forward? And I think you sort of answered it previously.
Through the chair, we work very closely with the museum, so we're looking at things that might include their power, for example, becoming part of the all-government contract. So we've tried to help them consistently through providing advice, and then we have ongoing conversations around annual plan. We have all those conversations early, and so the museum know what to expect and what's going into the budget.
Simon, if I may, through the chair, Simon, a couple of years ago, maybe 3, we worked with them on a program of funding, didn't we?
That's correct. So through the chair, we worked on a program of funding, and we looked at specific projects as well. So that on top of the funding that we gave them through what's in the Act, they also had a series of one-off grants to do some seismic work. For example, was the last one, I believe. So it's a jigsaw of support that we provide for them.
Thank you. I think Jigsaw sums up many of the issues we'll decide today. So going on to the theatre question, and thank you to the CEO for reading out that information and using the word agnostic, something I always use when I sit on the fence, actually. But is it fair, and I don't know who wants to answer this, I mean, I presume we've all read this very good document, and more importantly, the appendix, which I think is really revealing because it's the voices of the professional theatre folks who work in it all the time. But and I know what you've just said, CEO, but isn't it fair to say that the tenure coming out here, the feeling from the professional theatre is that 17.1 million is for professional theatre, and I've got lots of highlighted pen marks around those people that think it is, whether it is or not. That's the perception.
The thoughts of the professional theatre network are for you to consider as you go through the submissions. It's not something, based on that submission, we should be commenting on.
Rightio. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. My question relates to page 44, Orokonui Eco Sanctuary. So they've suggested a modest amount of long-term funding would support the sanctuary. I was wondering if we were going to make a decision around funding them, that would come from OPEX. So 191,000 equals 0.1% of a rates. I remember from their presentation to us that they suggested their volunteer coordinator role would be 65k per annum, which is 1,000 hours per month, 6 FTE, or the education program, 70,000k, and that would be for 8,000 children to go through the program. And I think they suggested maybe meeting some transport costs for schools to make sure that the lower decile schools could attend. I'm particularly passionate about this because I feel like they have had a rough time and have been open less hours since COVID happened, and they suggested to us that, you know, they were getting back on track with their finances. I wondered if there would be some support for us to look at funding one of those two things, either the education program or their volunteer coordinator.
I expect that's something will be discussed as we get to that as we work through the different requests.
My question is, should I draft a motion to that effect then?
If you want to. Can I suggest if you want to? Yep.
The staff position is that it's not currently in the budget.
You could leave it until we actually come to discussing the item and then make a decision from there. And you're talking about something ongoing, so that might also be suitable to put in the long-term plan. So for now, I'll just get through these hopefully general questions. We have 2 more general questions, and then we can get into each of these 12 requests for funding. All right, so Councillor Wiley is next, and then Councillor Hulan. Nice general question.
Oh, okay. A question actually for regards to item 12, the hockey turf and the replacement. And sort of a question for Mr. McLean or Mr. West. In the funding request, it talked about how Council's been a supporter for the last 30 years with annual contributions in the form of grants and support for the backing of various loan arrangements. And then in staff comment, it talks about the grant services, the principal and a loan drawdown to renew the surface on the number 1 artificial turf at the Macmillan Centre. The grant expires on 30th of June 2023. Can I get clarity on how that worked, and is there the ability to repeat that process?
Thank you, Councillor. So the loan that we were contributing to ends, so they've paid their loan off, as it were. That coincides with the approximate end of life for the turf. So they're no longer needing to service that loan, but they are requesting to funding support for replacing those turfs.
I'd just say, in addition to that, with the Logan Park Reserves Management Plan being undertaken and the 2 hockey turfs occupying a really key part of that precinct, it's a really good time now to look at how we manage that whole area in an integrated way, because hockey have been treated differently than some other sports, and I think now is the time where we might look at, because we own the underlying land but we don't own the turf, so it might be time to revisit that so that it's managed differently. So I would urge that the high-level plan work is undertaken and we consult fully on options for how we might deal with the turf.
Thank you. But I guess the way I heard it, where Mr. McLean presented to the table, was that there was some urgency around the condition of the turf.
You mean Mr.
Andy McLean. No, Andy McLean. That there is a condition of the turf and the need to do it sooner rather than later.
Thanks, Councillor. I can't comment on the condition of the turf, but that's what Mr. McLean said when he presented.
Okay, so I'm just trying to work out a pathway here where we don't allow the hockey turf to further deteriorate, and that it does maintain its status in hockey nationally, versus the timing around the sports field reserve at Logan Park, well, the review at Logan Park.
I'm unsure if there was a question in there, Councillor.
I guess there are always trade-offs around these things, and that they probably can patch it together if they need to for a short period of time while the review is undertaken or not. But otherwise, Council, if you wanted to do it, then he's put his ask in here, which from memory was 800 or something. Yeah, between $685,000 and $950,000, which would need to be cash, and that it would go on rates.
I guess that goes back to my original question on how that was funded originally, and from what I can see in the reading of this, is that was council act as a backing of various loan arrangements, but yet when we look at some of the other submissions and council and staff comment, it says council does not enter into those arrangements.
So my position, and this is an historical arrangement that we have, is that council shouldn't be an underwriter or a bank for organisations. Now, historically, there are some of these arrangements. They are running out now. But if this council wishes us to underwrite or do that, then that's a decision that you will have to direct staff to do. But I don't think that it's that we should be underwriting community loans.
Okay, thank you. To go back to number 4, Dunedin Gymnastics Academy, when I look at that, and this is where the comment is the DCC does not usually act as a bank loan guarantee for a community group. But the other part of this is understanding that pathway, but for Dunedin Gymnastics Academy, have identified the site as Sidey Park. Is there the ability for council through this process to essentially work through a process where they have the ability to identify and be assured that that site is suitable should they then develop their plan further or their case further? And is that reserve available to them, or is it a thought that they have, not a thought that council has?
Thanks, Councillor. So in terms of the use of that reserve, it would be available to them. There is a process that we would need to go through. It's currently designated as a road, and that was to allow for the highway work. So we would have to bring a paper back to council to stop that road. But in terms of the use, it would work there.
If I, Mr. McLean, there are also some issues potentially with it being a bit old landfill, isn't there, as well? So there are some issues, as I understand it, with being able to build on it after that.
Yeah, there possibly is, and some drainage issues, but that would be part of the due diligence of the club, and we would work with them on that if it were to proceed.
My point is that's not without some cost at some point. And have we budgeted to do that work?
No.
Very good. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. My recollection on the professional theatre, or on the motion that doesn't state professional but says we've put aside money for a mid-sized theatre, was that motion came about because of the closure of the former Fortune Theatre, and to fill that gap, and also at the time on the speech that I think our former mayor made around a lot of, and what's happened is a lot of professional theatre practitioners have left our city because of it, because our professional theatre has closed down. Is that fair recollection of that?
I think all staff can rely on is what council have resolved. And council resolved, as I read out, around a mid-sized theatre.
And I'd just point out we're going to discuss that in a minute. And so, Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. I've got two questions, and one I'll just follow up on the performing arts venue. And if I look on page 11 of the long-term plan, where it talks about the performing arts venue, it says before any decision is made where the venue might be, further engagement will be undertaken during the 21-22 year in time for the 22-23 annual plan. So that, from what I kind of feel those of us who are relatively new around the table, we're sort of coming in late and trying to get up to speed on all the debate that's been had. So that actually hasn't yet been completed, that consultation. Would that be fair to say?
So post 10-year plan, which was 2021, we re-engaged with the community, and out of that re-engagement, the community asked really that they kind of re-engage with themselves, because they had been through a big engagement process with DCC and they weren't in a great space. And out of that re-engagement with themselves came the Dunedin Theatre Network. They presented last year to annual plan, and staff were asked to continue to engage with them and help and support them to find some further funding options. They've re-engaged, they've resubmitted to annual plan this year, and we have worked with them over the last year or since they set themselves up. And they have been, post their own engagement, some of which was explained in their report, They did extensive engagement, amongst themselves, amongst their peers, to bring both that idea of the networked approach to theatres to the community and to see where, if they had the community support, and to also discuss any other options that they wanted, that the community thought would be better. So where the community have got to themselves through their own engagement is where they've currently presented in this year's submission. And DCC staff, property, myself, creative partnerships, have met with them regularly just to continue the conversation. But they have really just been kind of doing their own consultation and their own work amongst themselves.
Thank you, it's very helpful. But obviously reading the report that they've provided to us, not everybody is totally supportive of the network, and that's what I'm trying to grapple with, is because we don't actually have, at this point, we don't have a solution in front of us. And council have already spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on reports and feasibility studies, and I'm very concerned that the proposal was potentially to spend another $100,000, and I'm just not sure how much further ahead are we going to be to actually what the solution is, and I think that's what we're grappling. Would that be fair?
Yes.
My other question on another topic is on the D&I pool. So in their submission, that council had previously approved them $187,500 to be uplifted by June 22, but they didn't because of the process, because of the Ministry of Education. So is that funding still available to them? Because I know that they've requested between 440 and 650, but is that 187.5 effectively still available, or is that gone? It's gone. Gone. That's what I just wanted clarification on that. Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. It's really a follow-up on the question that Councillor Lucas just raised, namely how much progress we're actually making by supporting a good project to help 3 amateur theatres stay above water, but not actually resolving the issue that is traversed by Councillor Barker in the motion she's flicked around about. I don't know what a mid-size theatre actually is, 250, 350, it's in, that sort of territory. But I would hope that, I find this very difficult because it's a very confused issue, but I would hope that if we grant the 100,000, that the city property or whoever else is doing this will come back to us with a much better feel for where we should go from here. Because one of the most interesting things about the 3 theatre, the network proposal, is contained in those appendices. I found that they were quite revealing about the general feel for elephants in the room and what's probably not a goer and what probably is. And I know we're all being very coy about that. In my view, I've stated clearly previously, is that I believe a mid-sized theatre of some kind needs to be in the central city. And I will support the money because it's available, but I really want to be sure that when staff come back to us with the outcome of those investigations, there are some clear favoured options available for one or more, or one of them to be the mythical extended mid-size. I don't know. It's just that we are going around in circles, and I think we've got to close that process off one way or another in terms of what we do with the 17 and a bit to get to an end point that provides us with the mid-sized theatre that everyone says we need. And whether it's one of these 3 or not, I don't know. We're actually when we talk about this city, we're actually extraordinarily well endowed with theatres. Not all in the best condition. No one's talked about the Globe recently. Allen Hall is still available, and there are probably other places I'm not aware of where theatre performances take place. So the fabric out there is good. What's missing is this mid-size concept, I think, with no professional expertise sitting with me, but it looks like that is the missing link, aside from the music link that has got whether some other straws in the wind.
Look, I think this will be something that will be really good to discuss straight after we have a break, to think about it, because having a report on those 3 existing theatres, which are, obviously we've put 250,000 into them of recent years, but they still exist, and there's a lot of enthusiasm for those amateur theatres. So we can discuss that report, but also, as Deputy Mayor Barker has put up, having an overall report that we pulled together for the long-term plan, I think would be useful for us, because we have got the professional theatre, which it seems like the professional theatre group is not, well, they're not completely allied with the amateur theatre group, yet everybody wants better facilities, and we have to somehow sift that through with the money we have got, because everybody's proposal, if everybody gets everything they want, it's a heck of a lot more than 17 million. Yet it seems reasonable that for 17 million, something suitable can be provided. So having a staff report on that in time for the long-term plan seems like a useful thing to me. Anyway, in the meantime, we'll go for 10 minutes and have a break, and 15 minutes, okay, and we may want to talk about that. Yes, we'll take a break for 15 minutes before we get into it. Seconded. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Carried. Thank you.
And so, councillors, the Mayor's plan will be to work through the funding requests 1 through 12 in order, see if there's a resolution, and then have any debate if someone is moving something as it relates to one of them. Those of you that have crafted resolutions, staff will come now and just work with you just to tweak or confirm aspects of them as they relate to the topics in order. Okay, so, and if you have resolutions that haven't yet forwarded to staff, now would be a really helpful time.
Dunedin Theatre Network. All right, so we have a resolution appearing on the screen and subject to change as we go. So looking at this, it's covering off a range of, well, it's covering the field of options before us because there are quite a few things in the mix here. So we've got the 3 amateur theatres we're talking about. We've got the desires of the professional theatre community to have a new or a decent professional theatre somewhere of mid-size. And then also we've got coming up for consideration by us proposals for the black box, a black box. So that is something out there. And there, well, to me, there is an issue with building a theatre. I mean, the proposal that the professional people, WOW people, came with was for a professional theatre somewhere, a fresh new build, which does look great. It does look great compared to, you know, looking at what they've got in Kapiti Coast. However, identifying a site for that and then building it will be relatively difficult, I think. So, but having an overarching report.
Mr. Mayor, a procedural question.
No, we haven't.
So you should do that.
But, well, this, my point being that this motion covers it all. So, do we have a mover?
So I'm moving this, and in doing so, I've incorporated the points made in Councillor Barker's motion. And so I'll leave it you to take it from there and ask for a seconder and then call for debate.
So, seconded Councillor Mayhem. So, would you like to speak to the motion?
I certainly would. And forgive me, colleagues, I've got so many notes all over my page now, as you'll appreciate. But I want to start by just reminding colleagues about the arts and culture and creativity, which are central to a thriving city. Investments in arts, culture and creativity is an investment in people and in community in terms of the well-beings. Just some figures for you. 2019, arts and culture, 2,524 jobs, and it accounted for 3.9% of Dunedin's employment. And it's estimated that it generated 228 million of GDP in 2019. And we all acknowledge that COVID had a considerable impact on this sector. There seems to be around the table a little confusion around the journey thus far, and I just want to cover that off a little bit. So the theatre infrastructure was considered way back in 2012, but it's the closure of the Fortune Theatre, and I just want to remind people that that's talking about a venue, the Fortune Theatre, and a resident professional theatre company, the Fortune Theatre. And they're two quite different things, but they're on the same site. And so that was a watershed moment for arts and culture in the city, especially the performing arts sector. Then the feasibility report was called for, funded by DCC and Creative New Zealand. And the outcome of that was recommendation for a mid-sized theatre. It wasn't for a new build, well, it was actually, that was one of the options, was a new build. Council then asked staff to go off and look at all of the options for a mid-sized theatre, just to review all possibilities, see if there's anything that had been left out, and came back to us for the 2021-31 10-year plan. Council set aside 17.1 million, as you know, budgeted, just reminding you, for 2025-28. And then Council arrived at the point of choosing between the Athenaeum and Mayfair. But we actually didn't make a decision about that then. Professional theatre was an element of that for certain. And we decided at that point to ring-fence the money and consider options further. And part of that was re-engaging with the theatre community. Last year, the Dunedin Theatre Network came to us to present their concept. We asked staff to work with them. They did. And that's been a really important process. And to be honest, I have never seen as much collaboration and agreement, despite what some of you might think, in terms of this document. And I know many of the people that have written letters, as many of you will too. I did an analysis of the appendices. There's no one here who says we don't support this project. There are some who say we support this project and we'd like you to build a new building. There are some that say, actually, we prefer these locations or this locations. Sometimes that's because of the nature of their performing arts. So, for example, musical theatre is better suited to the Mayfair than the Playhouse. So I want to just acknowledge the comments by Alison Horsley. Now, Alison Horsley is a renowned playwright and she has come from the United States. She's highly regarded internationally. And she's chosen Dunedin as her home. And she says in her comments, by having multiple spaces offering different experiences accessible to different artists and audience alike, we cultivate a richer city. So she was particularly talking about the model of a resident theatre, professional theatre, as not being any more sustainable and not being the way forward. So credit really goes to the hard-working members of the Dunedin Theatre Network, and they were described by Jessica Sutherland as visionary creators working to find solutions our shifting industry requires. And so it's landed back here in the concept that's been put to us in the annual plan. And my understanding as has been articulated by staff, is that the network is prepared to raise any money over the 100,000 required to move this forward. These are heritage buildings, so that's another factor to consider. This is not a commitment. This motion is not a commitment to spend the 17.1 million at this point, or to fund the restoration of these three venues. It is simply to move this process forward, because to not do so would be such a kick in the guts for our performing arts sector. We need to progress this. And I've put live music to one side because, as the Chief has said, there's plans afoot around a black box. So that isn't part of this discussion at all. And I just want to remind you that professional theatre is part of these concepts, the Athenaeum being one that we have considered before. A mid-sized theatre was, I believe, between 200 and 400 in the Charcoal Blue report, and I just don't have that in front of me to confirm that, but that was the range, I believe. So it was about a mid-sized theatre. And I don't see this as an either-or. We're not at that point yet. I am trusting that we have no Philistines around this table, that we all want to see progress for the performing arts sector in this city. We want to signal to them that we are prepared to invest in this sector, because we often go out and say this is an art and cultural city. We talk about it being a heritage city. So both of those are elements of this proposal. And I just remind you too that in this document there's a mention of a symbiotic relationship between venues and productions. The one thing, I'm assuming you've all read this in detail, and I refer to our strategy, Creative New Zealand's documents, and also a document, profile of Dunedin's arts and cultural sector in December 2020. But I do want to draw your attention to one thing that might have passed you by, and that was a proposal in this to have the Athenaeum and Mechanics Institute moved to become a centre for writing. It's a really significant proposal within this proposal. And if any of you haven't read this book, Reading Matters, by Jim Sullivan, I sure suggest you do. If you haven't stepped foot inside the Athenaeum Library, I suggest you do. But that centre for writing is a critical part of it. And for a city of literature, if there was ever something that we could do to give voice to that particular part of our city, then that proposal is certainly worth considering. But we're not at that point yet. We're simply trying to progress this, and I would urge you to support this so that we can be informed when we come to make decisions at the long-term plan, the time of the long-term plan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Since Councillor Gary has brought up the Dunedin Theatre Network's booklet, I want to read from that. And these are comments from professional theatre practitioners. We remain of two minds about the proposals before Dunedin's theatrical communities. The Playhouse and Mayfair theatres absolutely deserve support in salvaging, but not at the literal expense of the 17 million expressly set aside to support professional theatre in Dunedin. Another comment, with funds that are not already, they're saying, yes, fine, go ahead with it, but only use funds that are not already earmarked for professional theatre. Another comment, we're amendable to supporting this then, but we would be amendable to spending the earmarked 17 million professional theatre funds on this upgraded venue, only if it's for professional theatre. This next comment from a professional theatre practitioner, we are categorically not in favour of using any of the 17 million professional theatre fund on that venue. Magical funding source appears to that sole end. And at the end, another comment from another professional theatre practitioner, at the end of the day, the existing 17 million fund was established to support professional theatre in Dunedin. I could go on and on and on, but I think you get the idea there. Professional theatre practitioners believe, whether it's right or not, and I believe they are correct, that was my understanding of that money as well, that it was earmarked for professional theatre. Now, nowhere in this motion does it even mention the word professional theatre. I have serious concerns about that. While I would love to see both, all these amateur theatres working well and upgraded, they're all old buildings, they need a lot of money spent on them. But if we had an unlimited bucket of money, great, go ahead. We don't. So I'm struggling to support this. I have a degree in theatre. I'm a playwright. I have worked with professional theatre practitioners. I've worked on arts festivals. I know the theatre and arts industry well. What happened when the Fortune closed down was that a lot of those professional theatre practitioners left the city. They're telling me that they've had to leave. They're begging me when I've seen them, if they've been dropped in and visiting our city to see family or friends, they said, we've had to leave. We've got jobs out of the city because there's no more work for us here with the professional theatre gone. We need to, what I hoped we would do with this money is replace it with a professional theatre, and ideally a new build, in my opinion, to support a professional theatre. But I agree with what the Mayor said, is that we need to find some land to do that. I am beyond disappointed at the fact that that Charcoal Blue report cost about $300,000, came to nothing. We're now asking for another $100,000 again, so we're looking at about $400,000 to be spent just to go round and round in circles again to talk about what might go ahead for a theatre. I think it's fair to say that theatre practitioners in this city have had enough. They want action and they want something done, and they want a professional theatre. This doesn't give them a professional theatre. This does up two old buildings that have venues for amateur theatre. If that's what you want, you vote for this. But if you want professional theatre, we need a motion that states we get a build, or we've got earmarked 17 million aside for a theatre. My understanding was that money was for a professional theatre, and I think we should honour it.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the mover and seconder. I'm probably going to support this, and I'm going to support it because of Part D, actually, and I'll contradict what Councillor Hoolan said, because that does speak to me, actually, about the possibilities for professional theatre. And thank you to the mover for your well-informed and knowledgeable oversight of where we've gotten to at this point. And I do agree this document is timely, because it's at least it's doing what it's meant to do. It's created a conversation around 3 of our amateur theatres. And Councillor Gary did mention that there was a lot of collaboration and agreement in here. I agree to a certain extent, and I think Councillor Houlihan has highlighted something I mentioned earlier, is the very informative appendix to this, which is the voices of the communities working at the coalface. And I'd actually be disappointed as well if there was complete collaboration and agreement between creatives. That would be very disappointing. But there is, to me, there's an overwhelming, I've read this 3 times, and I actually recommended to a few of you to read the appendix. I've read it 3 times, and to me, the main thing that comes out there is an acute concern amongst professional practitioners that professional theatre post the fortune has been forgotten. So I just think we need to be cognizant of that, particularly in terms of us being a UNESCO City of Literature and a city that prides itself quite rightly on creatives and the arts, etc., etc. And I had to remind you about that. But I mean, I again could read lots of highlighted comments I've got here that talk to things like the theatre fraternity in the city seems unable to reach any consensus. Again, that's not particularly surprising, but it must be acknowledged that eating into the 17 million fund will blah blah blah. Categorically not in favour of using either the 17 million professional theatre fund. So again, that speaks to the sense out there that this fund, whether it is or is not, is a fund we put aside for professional theatre. And I do agree with Councillor Gary, and this is why I'll support it. This is not a commitment to anything, but it is, as you say, it is a way forward. But I will temper that with, and I've written at the top of my page here, let's not go round in circles again and again. And I'm going to support this, really stating, and I'll bang my fist on the table, that this has to give us a clear way forward. I would be extremely disappointed, extremely angry if we're sitting here at some point hence doing this again. I want to see out of this a clear way forward for amateur theatres, and I want to see a clear way forward for the professional theatre fraternity, who, if we do this again, is quite rightly going to continue to be very peed off. Thank you.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support this motion, and I thank you, Councillor Gary, for your comments. As we heard from the Playhouse Theatre, it's only a matter of time before that will close down without the injection of funding. They're currently in a holding pattern of maintenance. I think we can't underestimate the value of our heritage buildings, the Mayfair, the Playhouse and the Athenaeum. I find the Theatre Network document is a huge body of work where they've taken their own time and money to put together the document, engaging with the creative communities. Charcoal Blue report was disappointing, and I think we can't focus on the past though. I campaigned on well-being of all of our residents, and well-being to me, belonging and ownership, is the delivery vehicle of arts and culture. Supporting creative communities, we will reap the benefits. Art engagement is self-prescribed self-care. International research and studies provide compelling evidence that the health benefits, specifically visual arts, as health enhancing and good for well-being. This is dependent, however, on resourcing. We need to resource our creative community and support social cohesion. What are we doing to support health and well-being in the city? These people have come to us and they've asked for $100,000, and as it says, it is just some design options. I support all of these 4 points, and I would like to see progress for our creative community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Van der Vis.
I don't believe that this is a way forward. I think it's just more of the same that we've done so far. And I think there's a fundamental problem in that we opted for a $17.1 million budget at some point in the quite distant past now, which has sat there. And the assumption that this budget would be spent essentially as required by theatre people, I think has actually been at the root of the fundamental problem. The $17.1 million that we have put in as a placeholder budget for a mid-sized theatre is not $17 million to be handed on a plate to a group of theatre operatives. It's $17 million that we have to decide is going to give the best value to the public of Dunedin. We need a theatre that will serve the Dunedin public. To try and serve amateur theatre, professional theatre, live music groups, all of whom are extremely opposed to each other's proposals, is simply to just end up in a situation of not being able to please anybody, and the kind of stasis that we currently have, and that I believe that this motion is simply going to continue. $100,000 for costed design options. Who's designing it and for what? Is it professional? Is it amateur? Is it live music? It's a situation where we're going to get costed design options which supposedly are going to lead us down the path of this $17 million spend, and we're forgetting that it's the public of Dunedin and what they really want that should be at the forefront of our thinking. In this regard, we have had staring us in the face for many years now a gift horse in the Mayfair Theatre. Not just an operational theatre that has and continues to have lots of superb shows in it, including live music, including rock and roll, including serious theatre, professional theatre, burlesque, whatever. There has been a great deal of events, a great number of events held at the Mayfair Theatre, and we're being offered the whole theatre, including the ground under it, including the adjacent buildings next door, which could easily provide the space, A, for some kind of financial return for ground floor shops, and the kind of access potential to the stage and for disabled access that could make that existing theatre into something which would cover most of the requirements that the public expect from a theatre here in Dunedin. It may not keep the professional theatre people all that happy, but given that most of them have moved, or that many of them at least have moved out of town anyway, I'm thinking of people like Lara McGregor, who was an actor and brilliant director and who ran many profitable and very popular shows at the Fortune Theatre before it was shut down. She's now doing a really good show in Nelson, and she's working at the Court Theatre in Christchurch and again in Auckland. These people have already gone. Getting them back is not something which is going to happen if we put 17 million into a black box, I don't believe. So what I think the issue really needs to be is, what do the people of Dunedin want in the way of a theatre? And my feedback from people generally is they want a theatre that'll do pretty much everything. It may not do it perfectly to suit each of the individual professional or amateur or live music people's requirements, but they want to see shows. The Mayfair's providing them, and we could very cost effectively make that much more accessible. Thank you.
Councillor Fisa.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to say tēnā kōrua to the mover and seconder also. I have said around this table previously that I am a Philistine, but I come from a family of creatives and I am an occasional audience member. And I think while we're talking about what the professional people want. We do, as Councillor van der Vis need to said, we need to consider the audience. And for me, I'm not about waste. So I see support for the Dunedin Theatre Network and the potential of a new build as not an either or, but it's a continuing investment in people, as Councillor Gary said. It's social infrastructure. So paying tribute to the history of those three theatres, and to the people and the families and the generations. I think that we have to be visionary when we're thinking about this, and we have to think about the meaning of work, the changing meaning of work in this climate, whatever, meltdown. And so we have to be able to be seen to making provisions for all sorts of needs and audiences and practitioners. And it's not as if we're not doing nothing. As my colleagues on the grants subcommittee know, we are making grants to professional theatre practitioners in the city continuously while we are waiting for this to be worked out. And it's about relationships, and we may bewail the money that's been spent, but the relationships have been broken down. They've broken down and they need to be repaired, and that's what takes time.
Good. Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. I'm happy to support B, C and D of the motion, but I really struggle with item A. I'm not sure that another 100,000 is going to get us any closer to a solution. As Councillor Houlihan said, something like 300,000 has been spent on charcoal blue. We have information that through the Heritage Fund, another 255,000 has been spent between the Athenaeum, the Mayfair and the Playhouse on various reports. Some of it has been structural, yes, for upgrades and things like that. So there's another 250, more than that. So there's close to 600,000 has already been spent, and now we want to spend another 100,000. And to be clear, that in the Dunedin Theatres Trust own report on page 28, the 100,000 is not all that is required to do this cost of design option. That does not provide it all. And I just think more money, and are we actually closer to a solution? And we need to be fiscally prudent. I'm sorry, I'm just not going to support item A. Thank you.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to quickly address Councillor van der Vis's talk about the Mayfair, and this is one gift horse that we do need to look in the mouth. And we have a report from 14th of December 2020, and the options between the Athenaeum and the Mayfair, and the difference between them was the capital cost to the DCC was $17 million for the Athenaeum and $31 million for the Mayfair. And I don't know where those figures came from, and this is one of the reasons why I would probably support A as well as the rest, is to actually understand what those costs are. We had some very, very high level costs on all of those options, but we actually never got clarity on what they would cost. I go back to, as always, the strategy. And the strategy here said that Dunedin is one of the world's great small cities with arts and culture at its core, and it's very sad to me that the strategy has kind of languished a lot. But the intention for the strategy, very clear: embed arts and culture into the economic development framework of the city, and Councillor Gary talked about how many people are employed. The arts have been hit extremely hard, like tourism, by COVID, and they're really, really struggling, and we need to work on actually an ecosystem ecosystem support. While I don't necessarily think that a building is actually the answer, I do think that we do need to look at ways to support. Some of the actions in here would develop a strategic plan for Dunedin City Council's funding of arts and culture, so I'm glad we're doing a grants review to look at that, because it's really hard for them. One of the key ones was establish a central city hub for the creative community to maximise the opportunities by bringing creative organisations and individuals together, and I think that together word is part of the very important concepts, I guess, that we're talking about today, because to me this all seems pretty messy. We're all recollecting different reports, and reading the appendixes in different ways. As I think the Queen said, recollections may differ. We're arguing about, is it professional theatre or is this amateur theatre? So it's pretty messy. There's another thing in here, strategically position Dunedin to win investment in arts and culture, both nationally and internationally. And I think if some of the work is done on these 3 venues, then that would position us to see if there's any government funding for the arts that might apply here. We don't have a proposition to get funding from government for these, and I think that actually putting I'm persuading myself here, I'm sitting on the fence about this, that we do need an investment proposition for theatre, and we don't have one at the moment. We have given money, grants to these theatres through the Heritage Fund, but the Heritage Fund actually isn't set up to help these organisations do feasibility studies about what their buildings are going to be able to do. So I did read this this report here, and there was a bit of a mismatch. There were varying opinions in here, but mostly people supported this concept. Some people liked the Athenaeum, the Mayfair. There was huge amounts of support for the Playhouse, so we can see that the community support this. We really need to make sure that we have great places for our arts community to share their art. Their creativity is one of the things that makes Dunedin an amazing and vibrant place to live. Did have another point, the charcoal blue. When I read that report, which I did a couple of times, there was a huge mismatch between the appendices, which is what the arts community wanted, and the recommendations. So I think this was broken from the start, but I see this as a way forward, and I also see it as a clear way forward to get a request updating the work that's been done, and we need to absolutely re-engage and show our commitment to the creative community. So I'm still sitting on the fence about number A. I think I've persuaded myself, but I do support the rest.
Thank you. Councillor Eklund.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Sort of 10, 12, 13 years ago, I was part of the Theatre Working Party that the council put together with members of the performing arts community. At that time, the whole purpose was to look at the feasibility of having a mid-sized theatre. Okay, at that stage, of course, the fortune was still in play, so we had the 200-seater for the professional aspirations in that regard. A big part of that work included the Mayfair Theatre being refurbished, because even back then it was well short of what it could actually deliver and what it needed to be able to deliver. And the mid-sized theatre was supposed to be approximately 800-seater, because the Regent Theatre, 16, 17, back then it was actually 1800s, a few less seats there now. The Regent Theatre was the large one, looking for something in between, an 800 seat theatre, again more focusing on professional performances, etc., but also taking into account the Mayfair needing to be brought up to some sort of better spec. The Playhouse wasn't part of that. There was talk at the time of the Athenaeum perhaps being the location for the mid-sized theatre. But 10, 12 years down the track, still nothing's been done. And the problem I've got with what's up on the board at the moment is I don't necessarily see that taking us any further. You know, the $100,000 for design costed design options of what? Redoing the Mayfair or building a new mid-sized theatre, which is now apparently around 400 people, which is about the same size as the Mayfair. Where does doing up the Mayfair come into it? And when we look at the council resolution of the 17.1 million for a mid-sized theatre, it doesn't say anything about that it's for professional. It doesn't say what sort of size it should be. It doesn't say who's going to be using it. And again, it still misses the Mayfair in terms of what has to be done at the Mayfair. Now, as Councillor Barker alluded to before, there are some costings there to sort of say to put something into the Athenaeum could be around 17 million, and to do something in terms of a renovation at the Mayfair was about 31, which I understood was actually a bit more than that. It was closer to 40, but that's fine. Again, the whole thing's a mismatch, and I just don't see how throwing another $100,000 into costing what
is going to help. When we talk about a memorandum of understanding, well, what does that mean? There's nothing there to say understanding about what. I certainly agree with C that we have to be kept up to date. And when it comes to D, I've already suggested that it's all it's doing is referring to 17.1 million of funding that has been potentially ring-fenced for a mid-sized theatre. But what's a mid-sized theatre and who's it for? So right now I really don't know which I'm going to go with this, but I am struggling with it. Thank you.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Like many of the, others around the table, I too am struggling with aspects of this, and what I think, as I've been sitting here trying to figure out what it is that I'm struggling with. And it was when Councillor Barker pointed out the strategy, and specifically where it says, and I'm reading this without my glasses, so forgive me, to maximise the opportunities by bringing creative organisations and individuals together. And that, I think, to me, is what is kind of missing. We've had submissions from multiple groups with, and as has been pointed out, with multiple opinions and multiple ideas as to what would be ideal and different plans, etc. And so that to me would be what is holding me back from specifically part A of this. And like Councillor Walker pointed out, I have quite a lot of frustration, or would be very frustrated if, after all of this, not having been part of any discussions previously, but if we come back and find ourselves either sitting around the table or watching online or reading in the ODT, that in however many years' time the same thing is being discussed, that would infuriate me. So I guess for all of that, whilst I too am sitting very much on the fence over point A, I would hope that as part of point B, the MOU, would hopefully include some degree of wider community engagement, if not actually agreement, because as everybody's pointing out, trying to get a unanimous agreement on everything that is required in a theatre is going to be, I can't think of a polite analogy, so I'll leave it there. So yeah, I too am sitting on the fence. B, C and D I've got no problems with. It is the A that I'm struggling with at the moment, but we'll find out shortly.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. First I want to start out with, this isn't the question of whether or not we're willing to fund. We've already got 17.1 million sitting ring fence to be allocated at some point. So the commentary on should we be funding, we've already committed to that. I guess I want to give my potted history of what I think, how we ended up where we did, and I'll go back a little bit further than the closure of the Fortune Theatre to the closure of Sammy's. Because when that closed, the council then intervened by buying the building, but then really didn't have much of, well, does not appear to have much of a plan afterwards. Then the Fortune Theatre closed, and then we were presented with a black box option inside the Sammy's building, which made me feel like two events had landed on top of each other. And in doing so, I think one of the things that happened was that the live music scene didn't realise that from that point on they were probably excluded from this argument. And no one's ever said that out loud to them. So we could have Francesca Griffiths here only a few months ago saying, where is live music when it comes to this new venue? I think we can tell by today's debate that it is nowhere. And I think we need to make sure that really clear right up front, because a theatre is not a place to do live music. It doesn't have an ability to dance in front of the band. So it's a place to do some live music, but not all live music. My recollection too of when we came back to that long-term plan meeting and we didn't allocate it to the Athenaeum was because of the feedback we got feeding up to that meeting, that in fact there were many people in the community who didn't believe that their voice had been addressed or that that was the answer that they were looking at. So we stopped it there and then to set back a new body of work that goes on now. I'm hoping that the mover would not object to us taking these in parts when it comes to voting, because I feel my concern with, well, Part C is perfunctory. It basically says this is where it's going to go, and I think we can all agree it should go to that committee. Parts A and B, I'm more concerned about it from the perspective of when an activity occurs, it tends to set you off in a direction already. So if we go and fund this work, I have a feeling we're already heading off into agreeing that we will follow in what the Dunedin Theatre Network wants us to do. And especially establishing, I really don't know what a memorandum of understanding would look like. Are they going to be the only representatives of all theatre and live performance in the city? Because the nut of this problem in my mind is that whenever we come to a point of making a decision, at the public forum of that meeting will be a plethora of people turning up saying it's not a decision they agree with, which is where we were quite literally 2 years ago. And I think I don't necessarily know if this will address it. Part D is trying to get to that point. But I think we need to make some really quick, we need to make some decisions up front. Is live music included or not? I think at this point, to be honest, the answer is no. And we need to be honest and upfront about that so we don't have that confusion sitting out there. And then I think we have to go back to the performing arts community and say, listen, it's not up for us to make that decision for you. Because at some point or another, you've got to come back to us with a cohesive, agreed upon position. I don't want to have a situation where we've got to make a decision sometime in the next 12 to 18 months, and at that very public forum meeting, people will turn up and say, but I wasn't listened to. I mean, I can't guarantee they won't anyway, but I still feel that we haven't completely locked this down. And I don't know if putting another $100,000 towards a cost design option is going to get us any closer to that. I think the answer sits in how we pursue part D, and I really definitely going to support that. But I think even with that, one of the things that I've had difficulty with in understanding this process is that I've not been to any of the meetings that staff have had with the creative community, and so it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell whether or not everything has been said at that meeting is coming through, and it's nothing, no commentary on the staff. It's just a matter of when you try to take a meeting and you try to explain it to another group, you're always going to have holes in the information flow. And I would recommend that as we go forward with this, there is at least some councillor involvement in that discussion with the community, so we have a sense of where the community sits as this comes forward. But I don't feel that we're in a place yet to make a decision, and I really don't see how parts A and B are going to help us get any closer. That's my call. Thank you.
Alrighty, before I hand it back to the mover, I'll add a couple of comments. And as Councillor O'Malley said, it's hard to tell, to paraphrase a particular band song from quite a long time ago, it's hard to tell when all your love for live theatre is in vain, because this is like a microcosm of the community here, because everyone's got a shade difference of opinion around the table, and indeed out there in the community there are many differences of opinion about the live theatre options, about the theatre options and also live music options. And personally, I don't see why you can't have music or theatre in a given venue. A theatre venue can still host music, but different, depending on the nature of the music and the nature of the theatre. So I think that the best thing we can do at this stage is go with all of these options, because I think the costed design options for the three venues that we have before us are all over the shop at the moment. I'm looking here in this brochure, and for instance, the Mayfair is costed at $21.5 million. Yet we've heard of a previous costing of $35 million, and the Mayfair people came and presented to us saying they only wanted $2 or $3 million. So, but for different purposes. So getting some clarity on costs and for what and what we would get for that money, I think is useful at this stage. Because, as everyone is agreed, I think we do need to make a decision. And the more inclusive that decision is, the better. And the more information that we have that is accurate, more and up to date, the better off we'll be. So the community at large will also need to be able to see that decision-making process clearly and transparently, because they very much want to be involved in this. They have lots of thoughts on the whole matter, and they want to see what is going on. I find it, the difference in the values and for the values of the costings for the various venues, quite challenging. But we do have a budget, so we know what we're headed for, and personally it would be good to be able to achieve what we want within that budget. Getting clarity on what we want is also helpful. And at this stage, it does appear to me that the professional theatre, the amateur theatre, are talking to each other in a much more constructive way. And we have, the appendices here that I think help inform the process between now and the long-term plan, as the staff will go through and assist them with coming up with this report, spending hopefully this 100,000 wisely to get accurate, up-to-date costings that we can act on when the time comes, and without wanting to presuppose what that decision might be. But, the more people we can get on the same page, the better, and I think that the music people might be on the periphery, but I think it's not beyond the realms of possibility that they can also participate. This is not ideally made for their purposes venue that we're talking about, or venues, but they still have, I think, the capability to use it, and similarly the venues may well have the capability to host them just as indeed as the Mayfair does now, and other venues do too. So, thank you. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I will be supporting all four of these items, and the reason for that is actually, firstly, I want to see something happen. I want to see progress for this, and I appreciate the work that the Dunedin Theatre Network have put together so far. Whether this ends up being the right pathway, it is a pathway forward. I don't see any other recommendation or funding request to move in a different direction or a different motion. And I think that's the important part. We have to show the theatre network that council is serious about doing something moving forward. When you look at all four of those motions up there, and I've listened to everybody making their speeches, to be honest, I've yet to hear one clear reason why not to, except don't spend the money because there's other ways to do it. But really, is there other ways to do it, and have we heard that? My understanding in listening from the Dunedin Theatre Network and from what we've heard from staff is they're canvassing a wide approach to this group, to the theatre community. If there is theatre groups out there or people that feel they haven't been heard, I'm happy to hear from them. And I'm happy for them to be put in touch with the Dunedin Theatre Network. But when we look at the items, and I go back to page 43, item 1, and the staff comment, that to me tells me that we're making progress. And I tell you, one thing I've struggled with over the whole theatre issue is, since the Fortune Theatre and even before, we have not made progress. Let's take a step forward, let's support the motions, and let's give the theatre community hope that something is going to happen with the DCC and the future of live theatre in Dunedin.
Councillor.
Kia ora, Mr Mayor. I want to be very clear, this is not to address live music. It is not possible to have a theatre venue that is also appropriate for live music. So I said that right at the start of my motion, the debate on my motion. The other thing I want to do is to thank the seconder and also to thank Councillor Barker for being willing to incorporate her thoughts into the motion. I want to thank the staff for their considerable mahi over an extended period, both Mr Pickford and Ms Wikaira and team, for the work done to get to this point. It has been a long journey. And colleagues, if you think this is a whole lot of different opinions, can I tell you, from where I sit, this is the most collaborative, the most on the same page that I have seen the theatre community in all the time that I've been associated with it. And there may be different views about that, but that is my take on it. Yes, there's been some really honest critique in here, but I did the analysis and I believe there was fundamental support. We're not deciding about the $7.1 million today. We're not deciding whether we're going to favour one venue over another and agree to restore one building over another. That's not what we're doing today. What we're doing is moving forward to get the information that we need because, as the Theatre Network told us, the costings, the reports are using different methodologies and were done at different times, and we need to be able to compare apples with apples. Now, I don't know where that will land. I look forward to that information because Councillor Walker's right. We need to be making a decision at some point. The $17.1 million is not due to be spent until 2025-28. So it is ring-fenced. It's not a placeholder, it's ring-fenced for a mid-sized theatre. And a mid-sized theatre has been defined previously. So this is not an either-or right now. And Dunedin Theatre Network does mention professional theatre in the booklet. Page 8 is one example of that. There's been considerable collaboration and agreement, more than ever before, as I've mentioned. And I just want to remind people that the Playhouse is an incubator for theatre. So it's a really important part of the ecosystem. And yes, there is a perception that that $17.1 million was set aside for professional theatre, but we know from the resolution that was not the case. But I acknowledge all the different parts of theatre in this debate and discussion and acknowledge their importance to our city. I don't want to go round and round in circles, that's for sure. I thank Councillor Mayhem for her comments, and I just want to mention that the Playhouse, for example, needs certainties, so that she mentioned a closure possibility, so that they can go forward and whatever the decision is further on that council takes to support or not that particular building, it's about certainty. But we're not at that point yet. We've talked a lot in this term of council about engagement with the community. Well, there has been wide engagement with the sector. It's been community-led, the best kind of consultation and projects, community-led by the Dunedin Theatre Network to get to this point. Councillor Vandervis, I agree that part of the sector is the audience. And that is a really important part. And it has been said to me, and again this is for taking into account when we come to a point of decision, that there are people in the community who would never forgive us if we allowed those venues to deteriorate. And Councillor Fiso made the comment about being visionary and investing in people. Councillor Lucas, this $100,000 will allow us to get to a point where we will be able to make our decision. And the bit that has dropped off there, and I'm concerned about it, and Councillor Ackland mentioned it, was for the 3 properties, and I don't know quite why that's dropped off there, but I just leave that there. So I urge you to support this. As I said, it would be a kick in the guts for our performing arts community, in particular theatre community, if we don't progress this. This is not making big decisions today. This is to progress the issue, and we owe it to our arts and culture community to show that we're prepared to progress this matter. So I urge you to, we'll take it, I hope, in 4 parts, and I urge you to support it, all of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vandervis. Councillor Fiso.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take it in parts and by division.
Mr Mayor, can I just ask if that was edited out, if that was just an oversight? It was edited out. Okay, thank you. That's fine.
Resolution A. Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. Councillor Lefiso. Councillor Lucas.
No.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
No.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Weatherall.
Yes.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried 11-4. Resolution B. Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. Councillor Lefiso. Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
No.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried 12-3. Resolution D. C. Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. Councillor Lefiso. Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
Aye.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried unanimously. Resolution D this time. Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. Councillor Lefiso. Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
Yes.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried unanimously.
Okay, so the next item, shall we have a break for lunch until 20 past? There's a seconder for that, Councillor Mayhem. We're unanimous on that. Please say aye. Aye. Anyone against? Very good. To resume. Item number 2. It's going to be a long day. Item number 2, Town Belt Kaitiaki. So the current level is provided for, and the current agreement is due to expire in June 24. So seems to me that this would be something that could be looked at long-term plan time. Councillor Vandevers.
Can I have the accepted translation of kaitiaki? Because there seems to be, when you look it up, some different ways you could interpret it. One of them is as a caregiver, and another one as in a guard of food. Do we have a translation of kaitiaki?
Perhaps what it means in this context. Is there somebody who can enlighten that subject?
My interpretation in this context, councillor, is it's a guardian or caregiver.
Right, because if it was a guardian of food, it would make the removal of the apple trees out of the Greenbelt recently a little bit awkward. But I'll take the caregiver definition provided. Thank you.
So here's the question. Do we need to move anything in order just to leave it for the long-term plan? So we can just move on and take it as that? Yep. So we can put a tick beside number 2, done.
What I would suggest, Mr Mayor, is if you just introduce it, say, item number 3, does anyone have a resolution?
Yes. Item number 3, does anyone have a resolution?
Yes, I do, and it is just up on screen now.
Would you like to speak to it, Councillor?
Very briefly, it's fairly self-explanatory. All I would say or add to it is that this has been of significant concern to the Saddle Hill Community Board and the area for quite some time. They have been advocating for it for quite some time. And whilst staff, and I've had confirmation earlier from Mr Drew that it's likely to be included in plans and investigations, that I'm merely trying to put some legs behind, if you'll excuse the pun, some legs behind this to make sure that it does actually get off the ground, because it's a significant area and has got significant concerns over this, not just in terms of the freedom or the ability to move about, but also the safety in which they do so. So that's really all I have.
Excellent. Anyone else want to speak to it? Councillor Vandevers.
I'm wondering why the mover stopped at the very small community of Ocean View and didn't take it through to Brighton, which is only maybe a kilometre or so a bit further on. Is there any reason why you'd want the cycleway to stop at Ocean View and not go to Brighton?
I am going on the advice of the community and the community board, and they have specifically wanting it from Wardrenville to Ocean Grove. Not being a resident in the area, no, I can't speak specifically to it, but the locals are wanting this specifically.
Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and thanks to the mover for moving this. I think it's logical that we include this in the Strat Pedestrian and Cycleway Network Plan. It's not the first time the board's been here advocating for this, so at least this will give some sense that we're moving forward on this. And I think it's important for us to note generally, with the increasing numbers of cyclists, both coming here from international places and nationally, and of course locally. We're getting an increasing number of what I describe as missing links in the network, and I think it's important if we're going to be marketing ourselves ultimately as a cycle-friendly city, and somewhere that will be the logical end for a lot of the stuff going up around Central Otago, that we do progress these these sort of connections in order to reduce the number of missing links. So I'm fully supportive of this being supported.
Councillor Malley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm in support of this, and really largely because of the procedural approach being taken here. Putting it into this network plan then gives it context, and in that regard, the Otago Southland Regional Transport Committee has also recognised the need for an Otago Southland coordinated network plan. So for each of the territorial authorities to put up their plan, we'll go into the regional plan and we'll have context of where these cycleways sit. So, yep.
Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I support this. We've got a lot of upcoming requests for cycle amenities and walking amenities in the next piece as well as in this, and I completely support the strategic pedestrian and cycleway network. So I've asked questions about that through the questions that I sent through to everyone about including a lot of this work and actually managing to capture it, and I think this captures it very nicely.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just this morning when I was getting my flat white, the young woman who served me had been here 3 weeks. She's Canadian and she's been backpacking and cycling around New Zealand. And I heard her say she'd just been out to the beach. So this is a very important part of our coordinated and joined up plan for the city. We know how successful the shared path has been out in the peninsula, down the other side of the harbour. We know the asset that's going to deliver for the city, and that's triggered an aspiration in other communities to have the same. And so I totally support the motion.
Greg, do you want to reply?
No, thank you. I'm all good.
Okay, so I'll put the motion. We'll look, and that you can see on the board behind me. All those in favour, say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item number 4. The Dunedin Gymnastics Academy. So, you have a motion?
I do. Sorry, I hadn't sent it through.
Sorry?
I hadn't sent it through to Lynn yet. You're too quick for me. Can we come back to it? Yes. Proceed to 5 and...
Yes, okay. Okay, so we'll leave that for a moment and come back later. Moving on to predator-free Dunedin. Does anyone here have a motion?
I have a question. Can anyone tell us whether there's any funding available via Te Aotearoa? Predator Free are part of that, and there is some funding support in their budget. I wondered if they had their hand up for anything.
If I may, through the chair, so I don't know about through Te Aotearoa, but the Predator Free Dunedin did receive quite a bit of money through Jobs for Nature, and that's certainly funding the DCC contribution to that work right through to the end of September 2025.
Okay. Councillor.
Another question for Mr McLean. Mr McLean, do you know if we should expect an approach from, and you may not be able to answer this, from Predator Free for the long-term plan?
Thanks, Councillor. I don't know.
Councillor Walker.
Again, since we've got Mr McLean in hot form, just a question around our arrangement around Verger's Cottage. Is that ad infinitum? Is it contractual? Is it? I mean, what's the basis of that arrangement?
There's just a peppercorn lease in place, so for as long as the work continues and DCC supports it.
Deputy Mayor Barker.
I have a question. So will the dollar rental of the Verger's Cottage be captured in the grants review? Because if it was $10,000 to rent it, is it actually a grant of 9,999 perhaps?
Potentially, like property arrangement grants will be captured, but they may not be the initial focus of what we're trying to capture. But yes.
Righto. We're done. Moving on to number 6. You're not ready yet, are you, Councillor Wiley? Yes? We are. Okay. Back to item number 4. Dunedin Gymnastics Academy. Would you like to speak to this, Councillor Wiley?
Can I just
Oh.
check first with staff that that works? Did you get advice from staff on that one? Through you, Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question of clarification, just so staff understand the scope of what's being asked? So, Councillor Wiley, does this include due diligence on the site?
It does not entail council doing due diligence on the site. I'm asking that the DGA can actually, if we give them permission to advance the site, that they can then go ahead and do their due diligence around building design and groundwork.
So the ask in this is staff time just to enable access to the site?
To proceed, granting permission that we would proceed with a site if it was seen to be possible for DGA.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand so we don't have an unrealistic expectation from DGA or staff doing work that is unnecessary. This is currently road reserve. Are you asking that staff investigate the process and stop the road?
That would be included, yes.
Okay. Then would you mind just pausing this while we just recraft it slightly, Mr. Mayor, just so we're really clear about what's being asked?
Yep.
Cool.
Yes, sure.
That being the case, we move on to the next item, whilst that might take a wee bit behind the scenes, I think. Yeah, because it sounds like you're actually asking for permission to use that site. So that's quite big, rather than, whether it's feasible or not. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so... yes, okay, 5 minutes, let's do that. All those in favour? Seconded and by Councillor Walker. Councillor Benspoke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question. I can't recall if any comment was made during their presentation, but is the wider community or the close by community aware of the proposal and the loss of the green space? Potentially? Well, exactly.
What I would say is, as part of this resolution, outline any council processes required that would consider the need of whether there was consultation required.
Councillor Houlihan.
I'm just wondering if this motion should be a bit more general to say work with council staff to find a suitable location for the new Dunedin gym, because it closes them into that site and that site may not be may not be suitable.
So we've already worked for a year with them on a range of sites around the city, and this is the site that they have settled on following a year of work with council staff.
Did you say that site has an old landfill under it?
We haven't done investigations yet, but there may be issues with below surface, but that would need to be subject to due diligence, which is what this resolution would enable the gymnastics folk to carry out.
Okay, so we've got a mover, Councillor Wiley, and a seconder, Councillor Houlihan. So would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Yes. Starting with you.
Thank you. I just feel that we've heard from Dunedin Gymnastics Committee, Academy, multiple times. They've been working with staff. They've got to this point where in our notes on our page 44, it talks about this as being their preferred site. And I think we have to sort of take the next step. But the key part being is if there's going to be future work required, that needs to be done by DGA, not by council. You know, we've got to look at that we're not basically having the DCC have to jump through all the hoops. The DGA have to take responsibility if the site becomes a site that they can work on, and everybody agrees that potentially it could be. So there's processes to go through. This is just a pathway for DCC to enter that process and allow DGA to take the step after that.
We have no other speakers, therefore I'll put the motion. Sorry? So, aye. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Great. There we go. Next, item number 6. Orokonua Eco Sanctuary. Questions? Right. So, all right. Very good. We have the motion put by... were there any questions for staff before we get there? Councillor Walker.
Just as a point of process, I'm going to sit back from this.
Councillor
Well, I noticed that so I'll start again. I can't imagine that there's not widespread support for this initiative, given how successful it's been and how important it is. But this motion doesn't actually address what they asked for. The request that's recorded in the report is for a modest amount of long-term funding, and I'm wondering if I'm asking the mover and seconder if they might consider withdrawing this with a view to inviting the Orokonua parties to come to us with a specific request for the modest amount of long-term funding as part of the LTP. It's just that while that might be good for a year, it doesn't solve the problem. And a lot of organisations, as we know, want some surety on a longer basis, and that's what, in fact, what they asked for, not this.
I'd like to suggest we put this in two parts, A and B.
Any other questions? Okay, Deputy Mayor Barker.
I have a question about whether funding would be for Orokonui, Ecocentric, etc., would be covered in the grants review that we're looking at doing.
I just checked with staff. Do we currently provide any funding to Orokonui? No, but I don't think we do at the moment. Does anyone know? No. Then if we're not funding it, then no at this stage. What we'll look at in the first instance in the grants review is what we fund, not what we don't fund.
I guess I was confused about the grants review then, because I thought that it would also be about what we could fund, because I thought we might be looking at all of these organisations that come to us and ask for funding, including Orokonui, and we don't have a... I mean, I guess my question is, can they apply through our other funds? We have, over 10 different funds, including a biodiversity fund, and could they apply through that for support?
I think they have, and so I'm not sure what we fund through the other... no one knows what funding they might get from other things specifically. Carolyn, are you able to see through the ledger? No, so they can't see anything. The grants review will capture current funds that we have and where they're being applied. Then I guess as part of that we'll need to do a gap analysis of what hasn't been captured. But so this wouldn't be captured in the first cut if it wasn't funded, but it probably will be now because you've raised it. But
Okay, my next question is just around, last year we discussed the loss of the LEOTC funding, which is also relevant to the museum. So now I remember that we passed a resolution about supporting LEOTC work, and I cannot remember where that got to. So is there an update on that resolution and where that went?
Through the Chair, my memory of that resolution is that it was to work with those affected parties, so the Otago Museum being one and Orokonui Eco Sanctuary being the other. And we met with them, and there were subsequent meetings, and they went off to have separate meetings, but we supported them through that, but that was as far as those conversations got to.
Do we have an idea of the quantum of what each of the loss of the LEOTC grants were? Because there was, as you mentioned, the museum, there was the Orokonui, there was the Peninsula Trust. Oh, did the Marine Studies Centre, maybe they were included? I'm not quite sure.
Sorry, the only one I know of is the Otago Museum. I think it's $80,000. I can't remember off the top of my head what the others were, sorry.
So at this stage, we still have the resolution, but Part A and Part B to be taken in two parts. Is that right? Okay. Okay, so we have a mover and a seconder. So Councillor Houlihan is the seconder. So would you like to speak to it, Councillor?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I came up with the 70k figure because that was how much the Ministry of Education actually cut for their education program. Like Zealandia and Wellington, the Orokonui Eco Sanctuary relies on a variety of sources for funding and support. I'm particularly disturbed by this loss of funds for the education program because this is penalising our lower decile schools. That and the roll-on effects of COVID, we see that the Eco Sanctuary has been financially struggling. The sanctuary is where our taonga species live. In the 10 years that the Eco Sanctuary has been established, from the 44 tuatara that were first released, the population is now 105. Those species live to be 130 years old. What we've created is something that's going to outlive all of us. And what we know also is that education around conservation provides authentic opportunities to learn, a connection with the environment and the local community in a meaningful way, providing students with real life context to base their learning. plants and animals and birds in our own backyard as a component of environmental education and education for sustainability about, in and for the environment. We're therefore supporting the development of knowledge and skills to restore and protect our natural environment. And the best practice is nature-based and place-based learning for our children to experience and explore in the immediate environment. Importantly, incorporating also Māori worldviews, exploring cultural knowledge and the kaupapa, or practice that is, that all life is connected. Kia ora. I'd like you to support this.
Councillor Hulan.
I'm more than happy to support this motion and to second it. My children, our children, went to an Enviro school for primary school, and many of their exploratory trips were to the Eco Orokonui Sanctuary. And they've had numerous times, I've been there as well and had to walk through the water and the bush but seen all sorts of wonderful species of birds and plants and vegetation, and also got to meet some of the characters of our city like Tahu Mackenzie, who does incredible work. And I, like many others around this table, was really upset to see that the Ministry of Education had cut the funding for Orokonui and also for the museum and other places that do great work. So certainly I know there's a lot of other areas that want funding as well, but this is a gap that we shouldn't have to make up this funding gap. The Ministry of Education should be paying for it. It's not. A bit like the pools, really, that they're not paying for their pools either. But I fully support this money, and it's not 70,000 won't actually make a huge dent in the rates at all, actually. So, yeah, I would like to see this organisation get the funding because they do amazing work and environmental stuff. And when I did my master's and one of my papers was in sustainability, I did a part of a study on Alan Mark, and I interviewed him quite extensively for a paper, and the work that he did, and certainly at the time when he started this sanctuary, was quite, incredible. So a lot of us forget that this is an internationally recognised space that is really doing quite amazing things on our own back doorstep. So well done, and yeah, I think it's worth funding.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you to the mover and seconder. I don't think there'd be anyone around the table who wouldn't support the Orokonui Sanctuary. But it's my understanding, and this is where the difficulty is in this process, because we haven't got this information, that Orokonui may well have raised and plugged those gaps in terms of the cuts to MOE funding. I am certainly very supportive of B, because I think what they're requested is us to consider multi-year funding. I can tell you that over the years that I was involved with, 6 years with the grants subcommittee, that Orokonui certainly did get funding. I don't recall which fund it was from, but they certainly did apply for funding. Multi-year funding is an issue for many organisations. It's around that reliability. And so that, and the other problem I have is that in their annual plan submission, they did not specify an amount that they needed. They did stress the matter of multi-year funding. So I'm always very reluctant to come up with a figure when a figure has not been specifically requested. But I will listen very carefully to my colleagues' comments.
Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. Yes, Orokonui Eco Sanctuary is a fantastic asset in our community, and I fully support B, but I'm very concerned by doing a one-off ad hoc 70,000 that does not actually answer their issues. And from what I read in their submission, if that goes to funding a staff member, then that's only a temporary issue. What happens, when the funding runs out? And I just think that they actually, as Councillor Gary says, they're looking for a long-term funding solution, and I think that we need to be looking at them in terms of resolution Part B, and I'm happy to support Part B, but I'm not happy to support Part A.
Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mayor. Orokonui is amazing. I think we can all agree with that. My concern about A is that we didn't actually have a figure and we didn't actually see their forecasts, etc., etc. I feel like we're being asked to fill in a gap that the government have pulled out of, and they pulled out of Orokonui, Otago Museum, the Royal Albatross Colony, and I think the Marine Studies Centre as well, so we're really concerned about that, and we just can't keep plugging these gaps. We don't have enough information. I'm very mindful that I didn't really want to add any money back in when we'd actually identified a saving which would lessen the rates rise. They also have the ability to apply for funding, and last week the Grants Subcommittee had 128 applications for funding, and I think the competitive funding is a very important way to make sure that we are actually assessing all of these in an equitable manner. I have asked many times about the grants review, because I think we need to be really clear on what grant funding we are giving out, and then also what grant funding we need and how we should apply this as well. I think Councillor Lucas talked about ad hoc funding, and I would like us to have a clear funding strategy. The challenge is that when we do ad hoc funding like this, then next year, or maybe there's more money, maybe there's like the museum wanting to add a percentage on, but we really need to get clarity on what we are trying to do with our funding program. When I look at B, ask staff to work with Orokonui Eco-Sanctuary to explore longer term funding options, I think that we need to do that, and I think that this was passed. That's what I asked about the resolution last year about working with them about the gap in the LEOTC funding, and that seems to have really not gone anywhere. And I guess the DCC itself had proven to be a great winner, because the DCC attractions, etc., museums had managed to get LEOTC funding, so it would have been great if they would have shown, I guess, the secrets on how to win to these organisations and worked with them. And I'd like to see more of that in the future, about us trying to get central government money to help some of these organisations. Orokonui is amazing, absolutely support it, but in these cases, I guess everyone knows how I feel about ad hoc funding requests, that we need to make sure that we are going through those fair and equitable processes.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Pretty much echoing what everybody else is saying, I think, at this point. I think that the point being that the education funding withdrawals have not had much warning when they're coming, and institutions and then are trying to respond to that removal of income in the short term. However, if we step up and become the surrogate replacement of Ministry of Education withdrawals from the city, we're going to end up being hit with an enormous burden. So we need to understand what that is. So Part B is where we do it. And I think the sad fact is that when people come to us and they've lost money in the last financial year, there will be a year's gap between us being able to respond to that loss and what we'll do later, if we're to follow that through a procedure that allows us to understand exactly why we're investing. So I will be looking to vote no to A and yes to B. Thanks.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. When I first read the Orokonui request, my knee-jerk reaction was to say, well, yes, of course, because it is such an amazing project and initiative out there. Every time I take visitors out there, they always walk away with smiles on their faces, blown away by how many of the birds, particularly, that they get to see, and being up close and personal, the tuatara and things. So there is no doubt that they do amazing work out there, hence my knee-jerk reaction. However, now listening to Councillor Benson Pope raising the very valid point that what they actually ask for is long-term funding, the analogy comes to mind of plugging a hole with a finger. It's all very well and good because it stops it there and then, but what do you do about the ongoing work? So despite my first knee-jerk reaction, I will admit I am now leaning more towards yes to B, and I am struggling with A initially, again because of what everybody around the table is saying, that we cannot be, as Councillor O'Malley puts it, the surrogate to the ministries and to central government. So at this stage, I will support B, but I am struggling to support A.
Councillor Officer.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. Tēnā korua to the mover and seconder. I hear all the very wise, fiscally prudent and thinking of the bottom line, etc., and the process. I hear that from colleagues, but however, my response is emotional. If people and families and children were not doing it so hard generally, and given the lack of the central government's gifting or acknowledging of how hard families are doing it, in education too, in the budget, it may be a losing thing, but I'm going to support this motion, A and B. And I would just note that, we've talked about against funding because the Ministry of Education won't do its job. Well, didn't we vote to fund DNI's pool or something? So anyway, that's just me.
Yeah, I think this is quite a dilemma for many people around the table, and certainly for me. I'm a very enthusiastic supporter of the Eco Sanctuary. And the only thing missing from this resolution is a direct funding request for this amount of money. However, we do know that they are well short, and they've had to lay some people off, make them redundant, in order to get through. Now, the critical aspect of this funding, it has been tagged by someone who is very familiar with the operation of the Eco Sanctuary, and the one thing that the wider population of Dunedin will miss the most is the lack of school trips out there and the education on our wildlife that is provided by the Eco Sanctuary. So I'm going to support both A and B, and I think it would have been preferable that funding had come through the Grants Committee, but here we are with this funding request now. So I just think the education program, which we know has been cut, and we have heard, it's a really significant thing. And my observation is there are many hundreds of school kids that go out to that Eco Sanctuary throughout the year, and that would be a great loss to our population and to the schools, with having one less place to be able to go. So I would commend that we do fund it. Anyway, that said, Councillor Wiley.
Like many around the table, I are struggling with A, but happy to support B. And I've just gone back to the submission from the Orokonui Eco Sanctuary, and in it, the second to last paragraph starts, even a modest amount of long-term funding from the Dunedin City Council would support Orokonui Eco Sanctuary to deliver the significant biodiversity restoration. And I look at that and I go, that's what they've said in their own words. They haven't asked for replacement funding for LAOTC. They haven't asked for any other additional funding. They have said, and it's very clear, even a modest amount of long-term funding from the Dunedin City Council. So, and I think that's where B is going to be extremely important. So, sorry, I can't support A, but I'll support B.
Your right of reply, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, councillors, for your opinions. As Councillor Houlihan said, another of our great treasures is Tahu McKenzie, the Education Officer. There was another role, 65,000, which was the coordinator of the volunteers who was made redundant post-COVID. It's 8,000 students in the wider Dunedin area that will be the recipients of this. I understand at a quick glance that we've only ever funded $14,000 to the sanctuary, and some of those were just very small amounts of money, modest amounts, $1,000 here and there. They have expressed that they're getting back on their feet, and they have been very independent, and they are proactive in seeking funding too. I note that country singer Jenny Morris will soon be hosting a fundraising event for the birds, a concert at the Eco Sanctuary. I encourage you all to buy tickets and support. Central government funding would be a fine thing. As expressed by other members of the team, that cut was without warning. I believe when the Sanctuary team members spoke to us, they said that the time it takes to do funding applications, as we all know, is the lion's share of the work that they carry out. Thank you, Councillor Lefiso, for your heartfelt words and support. Times are tough, yet the Eco Sanctuary continues to offer free entry to school children during all of the holiday breaks. At what cost that is to them personally, I don't know, but they offer that free children's entry in the holidays, of course hoping that parents will come along and pay the nominal entry fee. I'm always going to vote with people centre and front, and this particular request is about our children, about the environment and about education. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take the vote in two parts by division.
Resolution A, Councillor Ackland.
No.
Councillor Barker.
No.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Gary.
No.
Councillor Gilbert.
No.
Councillor Houlihan. Yes. Councillor Lefiso.
No.
Councillor Lucas.
No.
Councillor Mayhem.
Yes.
Councillor O'Malley.
No.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker. Oh, sorry. Apologies. Councillor Wetherall.
No.
Councillor Wiley.
No.
Mayor Raddick.
Yes.
Motion lost 10-4. Resolution B. Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. Councillor Lefiso. Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
Yes.
Councillor Wetherall.
Yes.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried unanimously.
Very good. Item 7. The Otago Military History Group. Do we have a resolution? Does anyone have a motion? Yeah. So, are we happy to leave it as accommodated within existing budgets? Move on.
Just a question. So accommodated with existing budgets, does that mean that that 2,300 is going to be paid to them to do what they're wanting to do, or does it mean that even though we could do it out of existing budgets, it's not going to be forwarded to them?
Someone from staff may be able to answer that question. My expectation would be that staff will organise the board with and for them.
That's my expectation as well. We'd work with, in consultation with them, and do the work ourselves.
Okay, so we can move on. Happy with that. Item number 8, Tomahawk Smales Beach Care Trust. So we've already got some provided in the budget. So does anyone have a motion for this? We can just leave it as it is and we'll carry on. Very good. Done. Item number 9, Tuhura Otago Museum. We have a pair of motions for this, I believe.
Mr. Mayor, just before we start on this, can I ask please for advice from the Chief Executive about conflict. 3 of us are members of representatives of the council and or appointees on the trust board. I wish to be involved in this debate, and I think the others may be in a different situation, but I have had no involvement because I was ill with the development of the proposal that came to us from the museum, nor have I been subsequently involved with any of the preparation of the budget that led to the levy request.
So I'll preface my statement, my comments by saying that any matters of conflict are for the elected members themselves to determine. So all staff can do is provide advice. All 3 of the members on the trust have sought advice because each of their situations is slightly different. Staff have provided advice to the members based on their individual situation. Broadly, staff would advise you can't be both a judge and jury, so you can't write a submission or be party to a bid to council and then decide on it. So you have to choose which part of the process that you participate in, broadly. But again, that's for individual members to determine. At the same time, even if you are not part of that, it then becomes a matter for you to determine whether or not you think there is a perceived interest or you may wish to sit back. So the advice has been provided on that basis to the 3 members.
So I'll just note that at this stage. A question?
Well, I'm one of those ones who's in a different situation because I sit on the Audit and Risk Subcommittee of the museum, and I've been involved in the budget. And they asked specifically some advice. But I just want to say I find this incredibly frustrating to be appointed by council to an outside organisation, and then my understanding is so therefore that we are informed so that we can then give that information around this table, and then now we are precluded from giving that information. So I just wanted noted that I find it unbelievably frustrating because I obviously have a lot more information than I'm able to share in any debate. So I will be withdrawing, but I just want that noted. Thank you.
And if I could, the Auditor General guideline acknowledges that frustration and for appointments in this role, but there's no easy way through it at the minute, the way the law is. But the guidance says these situations are always really difficult.
Mr Mayor, I'll be sitting back.
Very good. And I presume you will not sit back. Correct. Very good. Okay, so are there any other questions for staff? All right, so we have a motion. 2, but first a question, Councillor Melly.
It's just to follow up. It's not specifically this item, but it's about the general approach to this in general. I could see sitting back from the vote would be slightly different from sitting back from providing information, and I'm wondering if there's any opportunity. Well, the point is, I mean, Councillor Lucas's point is valid, and I sit on a couple of boards as well, and you get to understand what they are facing, and community boards being the other one, and often as not, you're there giving advice to them on how to interface with the organisation of the council, and then as you go further along that advice, you may then preclude yourself from being in this room. But then your ability to perform your function then is you're asking, can I perform my function there or there? Is there any leeway for saying that obviously you can't vote if that's because that's a principal outcome, voting, but you may have information which helps the people in the room to understand?
The situation is generally that you can't also influence if you've been party to a position. So that's where it gets really tricky, and it's about choosing when you sit back from a situation, and that's why the councillor reps on the community boards are advised to choose where they want to participate, whether it's writing the submission or voting on what the boards have asked for example. And it's a balance that has to be found on a case-by-case basis, but I would say in the case of Councillor Lucas, given that she's provided specific advice at ordinary and risk level to the people writing the submission, it's probably not, she's not able to provide any commentary.
Question, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, I'm just going to comment on that previous one. Now we're on the subject, and feel free to stop me. On the previous item I sat back on, although it's frustrating when I hear the question, I could have given you some information that would have influenced all of your decisions, actually. So it was wise I was sitting back.
And Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, because probably people are very confused why there's three different situations here. So I'm not on the audit and risk, I'm on the board. And so there was a noting of the impact of the 2% and 7% and an acknowledgement that the Chief Executive and the Chair Board will be coming to the annual plan. So I was part of the noting. So we're all in a slightly different situation, and I can confirm that Councillor Benson-Pope was not there and not part of that process. So it's quite unusual, because usually the appointees to the museum would all sit back. But I've chosen to take the advice, and yes, it is frustrating, I acknowledge that, but that is how it is. And so I don't want to undermine this discussion by participating in any of it.
Righto. Deputy Mayor Barker.
I guess I asked these questions earlier, but that was a long time ago. It feels like I think the answer to the question about how much funding they'd lost was around $80,000 from the LEOTC funding. Is that correct? It was just asked recently. And I read the legislation that was sent through, so I'm still not clear as to how we set the amount that we give the museum every year, because it seems that there is a targeted rate and there is possibly discretionary general funding. So I guess this is for the CEO. Can I understand how we arrive at the targeted rate, and if we were to agree on a sum to be increased, would that be a targeted rate or would it be discretionary general funding?
So just so we're clear, there's no targeted rate in our rating method for the Target Museum. It's just funded out of the general rates.
Has that changed? I used to recall seeing $56 that came through for museum funding. I could be my memory. So we don't.
I think that must have disappeared a long time ago, 20 years ago, according to Councillor Lucas.
Maybe that's the last time I read my rate. Okay, so it does all come out of a discretionary general funding. Is that correct?
So let's be clear, it's not discretionary, because there's an act that determines that we are required to provide them funding, and there's a methodology to calculate that funding as at the minimum. In any given year, theoretically the museum should ask for what they want, and then there's a decision by council as to what they want to give. If you can't resolve it, then the default position is that you can't pay any less than what was paid last year, which is that sort of advice that came through from Carolyn Canton this morning.
So does that theoretically relate to the legislation where it talks about that the museum should bring a draft annual plan to the contributing authorities for a period of 3 months, concluding no longer than the 31st of May in each year, or such earlier date, and that the board should consider submissions. So this would be more like a statement of intent process. Is this process kind of slipped, I guess, in the forever?
Well, it's probably fair to say 31st of May is no good for us in preparing draft budgets for February. So that presents a challenge to us. So what we did in the budget for this year is we put a 2% in, and that was probably recorded in when we did the galleries, libraries and museums budget submission that was presented to council in February. And then obviously you go through the submissions process, and obviously Dr. Griffin came and presented to council with our request. So you could assume that that's the basis of the request. Have we looked at the detail of how he's come up with that request? The answer is no.
In the legislation, it says that the plan should have performance targets and other measures by which performance may be judged in relation to the objectives. So we don't have that clarity in that process.
No, we don't. We don't sign off their objectives.
So is this sort of like the council-controlled organisation statement of intent process? Is this sort of where the intention of this legislation, I guess you can only guess as to intention of legislation. I'm just trying to figure out the process of how we decide on an amount of money, and then what is the level of service, I guess, that the museum is providing to the ratepayers for this.
Yeah, it's hard. We're following a process that's been done over a number of years. It probably is timely to look at it, because I certainly hadn't read the museum's the piece of legislation until last night, and it hadn't occurred to me to. And I'm sure a lot of people here were the same. But we find ourselves where we are at the minute, so I guess we have to work through this annual plan process and then look at how we might review that process to give effect to what the law says, if not its intent.
Councillor Vandervis.
I'm wondering if we couldn't perhaps look a wee bit more closely at the museum's agreement as quoted by Chief Financial Officer Logie just now, where it says we can't pay less than last year. If we want to interpret the pay less than last year as being an inflation indexed less, that is to say the actual value rather than the number value, would that perhaps be a motion that we could fly that would get us away from this and future issues? And I see the Chief Executive shaking of the head.
Well, only, and through the chair, look, and I think I understand the intent of what you're saying, but we've got a piece of legislation in the background that we need to fully understand. And while we've had very high level view on it from in-house counsel this morning, we would need to track back since 96, 97, how we've gotten to the level of financial contribution we have now, which would seem on its face to be above what is required in the Act. So I wouldn't want to do anything on the fly until we actually understood how we've gotten to where we are.
Given that we don't want to do anything on the fly, but that we have a motion in front of us, do we have a motion in front of us? Not yet. Okay, sorry, I'll reserve comment to later.
Question, Deputy Barker.
I just want to understand what rates rebate increase means.
Maybe I can help there. So what the museum gets is it gets a rates grant of about $8,000, which relates to the operation of the cafe. So that's what that is. Now, whether 1.6%, you would have to refer to the mover of the motion. So is that what the 1.6? So I've just had clarified the 1.6 is per the 10-year plan.
It looks to me like 8266 would be the 1.6%, but 8706 would be 7%.
Yeah.
So this motion calls for the rates rebate at 8266 as per the centre column of page 47. However, this motion is calling for a new museum levy increase of 5%, which is not shown on this chart.
Well, that is the levy increase. 7% on the receipt, but
Oh, you see, you say it's 5 plus 2. No, it's just 5. Yeah, 2 plus 3, yes. Yep, so that's exactly what I'm saying. It's a new figure, not 4814,000 and not 5050,000. It'll be somewhere in between.
Karen, can you work out what that would be? 141,000.
Yeah, the additional, not 236 extra, but 141 extra. Yep. Yes, it's only 5%. Yep. Yes, question, Councillor Gilbert.
This one is for Mr. Logie. Just, can you clarify, please? You said the rates rebate is specifically surrounding the operation of the cafe. First of all, is that correct? And secondly, pardon, why?
I can tell you that's correct. The why would be a question for the council of the day that made the decision to put that rebate in place. That certainly precludes, that predates my joining council. That's been there for a number of years. And where the levy is at today has been a combination of decisions made by various councils since the 1996 original legislation.
Right. So just that I'm clear, if the museum doesn't operate a cafe, they have to pay the full rate. If they do operate a cafe, they get that rebate back.
They wouldn't get charged it because it's probably the only part of the operation that is actually rated. They'll be or fully rated. I suspect the balance of the property has a degree of rates but won't be fully rated. Again, I'd have to just clarify, but that would be my understanding of why the rationale. There's a rating division on the property. There'll be the museum proper, which will have a rate set at a level, and then there'll be the commercial operation, which will be charged commercial rates.
And for clarity, is the cafe run by the museum or is it run by an external company?
It's run by the museum, but they do outsource the operation of it. Now, again, I'm not privy to the ins and outs of where the money comes and goes, whether the money goes direct to the contractor or whether the money comes into the museum and then they pay the contractor. I suspect potentially it's the latter, but maybe that's something that one of the board members could clarify. Or not.
Or not. Yes, Councillor.
I'm assuming the new motion is Councillor Barker's motion tipped into C, is that right? And reworded. I just see the word two motions is only one now. Is that right? Well, then I have a question, and it relates to C, because the problem is that the funding model is not ours. The funding model is enshrined in a statute. So, like it or not, our staff can't review it. They could comment on it or write a novel about it or lament its inappropriateness, but they can't review it, actually. So I think we need to solve that problem before we proceed.
Yeah, but my understanding is that the call is for us to examine that model and see if we are actually complying with it.
With the question, could we add in DCC's current funding model?
Do understand what's being asked of them, but if we can, it's whether we've actually given effect to the way the legislation is written over time. Because
a bunch of questions here. Firstly, are you finished, Deputy Bucket?
Yeah. What impact? I see that there is a suggested increase of 3%. That's the 2% plus the 3%, which is approximately $141,000. So, what percentage increase in rates would this be?
it's slightly less than 0.1%. 191,000 is 0.1%. So.
Next question, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, the obvious question for me as the putter of the motion is why is my motion now morphed into three parts, the third part not being mine?
Sorry, we can separate them out, but for ease of debate, they go together. And so, because they all relate to the museum, but we can certainly separate them out and have multiple motions to do with the Otago Museum moved by multiple people.
Yeah, as we've had already today, by putting all together into one, different parts. Councillor O'Malley.
Am I correct in hearing Mr. Logie say that we're not actually sure quite how well we've funded it? We've probably funded it more potentially than otherwise.
The legislation allows for, there's a minimum that's set, and I think, and we have paid above the minimum over a number of years, but I couldn't quantify what that looks like without doing some work.
So just to Councillor Benson Pope's, I don't want to use the word pedantry, but it's the only thing I can get in my head at the moment. Would it be the current implementation of the funding model is how we've implemented it? Rather than we're not reviewing the model, it's basically how we've interfaced with the model and what we've done in the face of that model.
You could put the word interpretation, the DCC interpretation of the funding model.
I'm more than interpret it, we put money in.
Yeah, it's how much we've paid. Approach, yes. How about approach? The current funding approach. Does that work for whoever the mover is?
Approach to the current funding model. Yeah, we happy with that? Approach to the current funding model. Great. Question, Councillor Ackland.
Just a very simple question in relation to what I heard earlier is that we cannot go down from what we've paid before. Is that right? So
that appears to be.
That's in relation just to the levy. So just so we're really clear, this year we've paid a capital grant to the museum to do with some seismic work. That is not part of the levy and therefore cannot be brought into the bucket of the levy funding. It's a separate funding line.
So the extra 141,000, is that an increase in the levy or is that just a one-off that is not counted as you've just described on that other?
No, that's an increase in the levy.
Right, which becomes something that's ongoing. Yes. Thank you.
So are we saying that 3% is locked in, that 5, okay.
Any increase in the levy becomes the new baseline which future levies are assessed against, is my understanding of how the ledge works.
Question, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, and thank you, CEO, for clarifying that, but that should have been clear, I guess, to people. I want to just check with my original seconder was Councillor Wiley, if he's happy to.
Are there any more questions? Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Just two. One is a clarification of the discussion that happened before about the word approach. I took from the discussion that it was going to be the current funding approach for the museum. That was where the word approach was. Just checking. It is it. So it's the request staff review the DCC current funding approach. Lovely. Okay, so I got it right. Lovely. And the other one would be, is it possible that we can separate A into two parts, one for the levy, one for the rebate? Okay.
Yeah, I don't see any benefit in doing that, to be honest. So if you can give me an explanation as to why.
Question, Councillor Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just have a question relating back to the money that was saved out of the events fund, 448,000 to my memory, and that took the rates rise down from 6.5% to 6.3%. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. What it did was provide a saving. Staff recommend that it goes to the deficit, and and there is if applied to the rates rise, that would be the option. But the staff advises that it should be applied to the deficit. but 6.3% is that other number.
So we consulted, I guess, on a 6.5% rates rise, but with that, if it goes to the deficit, it's still a 6.5% rates rise.
Correct, we've just got less of a deficit.
So I have a question about, I'm concerned that we increased the levy to 5% and that locks it in, but as a result of the Part C, then we can adjust it to what is most appropriate to fit with the legislation that comes a long-term plan. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. The legislation says that you can't pay less than the previous year. What the review of our approach will do will be just check where things are at, who's contributing what from the local authorities, how we're reporting, where the museum comes to us with their budget bids, all of that. It'll be the process. But whatever goes in, my understanding, and Gavin, whatever goes in this year will form the basis of what next year's levy has to be assessed against.
My question is, are we talking the quantum of money, the amount of dollars, or the percentage? In other words, sure, the levy goes up and I work it out at 4,956,538 for this year at 5%, but does that mean we can't go below? The ratchet clause applies to the quantum of money or the percentage of?
It's the quantum. If you look, I think the sections of the Act that was sent to us, I can't remember which section it is, let me have a look, but it specifically says that if the museum requests a 10% and we couldn't agree with them, we can't pay any less than what we paid in dollar terms for last year. Yep. Yep.
It's quite different. So, but they're also very important. All right. Are there any more questions? Councillor O'Malley.
I think, let's just say it's 150,000-ish, just so we can keep our heads around it. We lock that in then in perpetuity if we do it as a levy, as opposed to in this year do it as a single one-off grant. And then whatever C told us we're doing later coming forward, we could decide that we wanted to leave it in, but we'd also be able to pull that 150,000 back out again. But if we do it as a levy, as it's written right now, it's permanently caught in there. And then, as I'm reading this too, we're going up from that point on. So we'd always be caught with that in. So if we decided in the analysis of C that we're putting in more than we should be, we won't be able to pull it back. Is that my correct assessment?
Again, I think you'd want to get some legal advice on doing a one-off payment that was quite clearly an operational increase in the grant, increase in the annual grant. The things we've done specifically in the past are for very specific things. So the 175,000 that we gave to them this year was for some seismic work. So it was a very specific targeted dollop of money. I think if you just gave them 150,000 and dress it up as separate to the levy, I think you probably potentially would need to get that legally checked to make sure that it couldn't be construed as effectively an increase in the levy. Unless you wanted to assign it to a very specific thing. But again, I'd probably want to take legal advice on that, Chief. Yeah.
If councillors would like, I'm happy to get some advice on that question in the next few hours.
Well, I'm concerned that we go up and we're locked in and it just keeps going up ad infinitum.
So just so we're clear, it doesn't have to keep going up. The council of the day can decide not to accept a request for increased funding going forward. So the percentage is not locked in. What is locked in is the legislation talks about the other parties that contribute to the museum, and their funding is based on a ratchet. So their funding is based on the base figure that was at 1996-97, and that's ratcheted up by CPI. So that's the maximum, that's the minimum that they have to pay, and that's always going to be there. At the moment, and I talked about that this morning, that we are currently subsidising a portion, one of the contributors, because they are paying based on that formula that's set out in the Act, and based on the current level of funding that's been given to the museum, that value is less than what they would have provided, so therefore we are required to make up the shortfall.
Sorry.
Say the museum requires $5 million funding. Clutha's share is 150 based on the 5 million, but actually the figure based on the calculation per the Act is 100, then they only really have to pay 100, and that's what they've elected to do. And so therefore that 50 difference is what we're paying. Now those numbers are just numbers, they're not, but that's the principle. Does that make sense to everybody? Yeah. So they elected to do that about 3 or 4 years ago. They went back to the formula and said, no, we are only now going to pay per the formula. And then straight away the museum came to us and said, well, we've now got a shortfall based on same level of funding as last year, therefore the legislation requires us to make up the difference. So we're legally bound to pay at least what was paid last year.
And then do we increase that by the CPI from that point on, or is it CPI calculation back to 1996 that we're working on?
So just be clear, this council has made decisions to fund the museum on an annual basis since that date. That hasn't necessarily tied into CPI. For example, last year there was $103,000 put into the levy, which was a living wage adjustment that this council agreed to. You may or may not remember that. So that was put in. But again, once that's in, it's locked in. That had no CPI. That was a living wage adjustment. The CPI figure is purely for the other parties and them calculating the minimum that they have to pay.
Yeah, my question is it based on the CPI for the last 12 months based on what the previous year's budget was, or is it based on the CPI from 1996 on based on that budget item? Because the implication is that if we put this extra money in, then it's now also getting a CPI adjustment on it in perpetuity from there on in.
So the other contributing councils is based on the 1996 figure, CPI adjusted since then.
And so I think that's why there is a review of how it actually all hangs together is important, because there are a lot of different parts to it, including how we interact with the museum and work out what their budget bid actually is in a timely way to feed into our processes, and maybe try and look at some more long-term sustainable planning for how we fund them.
Okay, it's a bit of a vexed question, so we're done with questions. Okay, so who's going to put the motion? Yes, and seconded. Councillor Wiley, would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, I think it would be remiss of me not to. I'm glad I've got 10 minutes actually, because there's a lot has been added on to what I was going to say. I mean, and I think, and actually now I do want to thank Councillor Barker for C actually, because I think if there was any doubt that something needs to be done down the line, it's been highlighted in the previous 20, 30 or 40 questions, which include a lot of confusion, misunderstandings, etc. So I'm actually happy with Part C, because I think moving forward, we need to corral this far better to get a clear understanding of where we're going. And just in answer to some of the the questions earlier, in terms of that fear, this is to me as a holding pattern. That's why I didn't go with the 7%, and indeed absolutely not with the inflation linked part that was asked for by the museum, because I think that opens up a big can of worms for us. I didn't want to go there. I wanted to put something that was palatable in the meantime, that keeps our museum functioning well before we can stitch this together and get it right. So, and I'm sure when you all come to speak, you could spend your 5 minutes or way longer actually talking about the multiple reasons why Te Hura Otago Museum is a significant and integral part of Otapoti's landscape, or in fact our ecosystem. You can point out it's one of our major tourist attractions. It's been around for over 150 years. It's one of the 4 major metropolitan museums in New Zealand. And amazingly, there are over 1.5 million objects of incredible scientific and cultural value housed just down the road from here, which are held in high regard, not only nationally but internationally, for our schools, for our youth, our aspiring future leaders. It's a vital and a vital education provider. And despite its ask for more money, it remains almost top of the class, actually, in Australasia when it comes to generating its own income, and I think it should be applauded for that. Unbelievably, nearly 270,000 people visited our museum last year, including over 5,000 school students from around the region. It contributes over 25 million to the Otago economy, generates 368 jobs, and tellingly, and Mr. Griffin was keen to point this out, for every $1 of public money invested in the museum, the Otago economy gets a return of $5.90. Not a bad investment in my book. That said, recent times have been tough for all institutions, businesses, non-profits, and indeed councils. In fact, we're probably all connected in some way with one or more organisations doing it tough now. I know I am. But I don't think you'd find anyone in Dunedin and the wider Otago area who would not agree that Tahura Otago Museum is not a key and fundamental part of our tourism industry and educational ecosystem. And I definitely know you won't find anyone who doesn't agree that the importance of the cultural treasures that the museum cares for aren't of national, in fact, scrap that, aren't of international significance. And I'm 99% confident that if you took to the streets now, that you'd find very, very few people who wouldn't agree that a less than 0.1%, yes, just less than a 0.1% rise in their rates is a sacrifice they are not willing to make to bring some financial surety and sustainability to an iconic institution that is absolutely an important part of our community. So approving Part A of this motion starts to address some of the funding challenges our museum faces. And I'm not proposing the 7% they have asked for, but in a constrained fiscal environment, I think the 5% figure is a fair compromise that addresses some of the current issues at hand, but at the same time is palatable for the public and palatable for us sitting around this table. And with regard to longer-term funding, that's why I've included Part B, namely that we agree to support the campaign asking government to provide a level of funding that recognises the importance of the Otago Museum's collections. This campaign includes the museums in Auckland and Christchurch, and they are collectively resisting the level of funding at Te Papa by correctly, in my mind, arguing that their collections, including the internationally renowned collection here in Dunedin, are equally significant nationally. I think it would be remiss of this council not to support that campaign, which may actually go a long way in addressing some of the financial shortfalls that government can fill and ultimately relieve some of the pressure on the smaller ratepayer base of this region with a museum which I think we'll all agree punches way above its weight. And to be clear, this motion doesn't negate the fact that we also need to continue working as we currently do with the museum staff to develop a more sustainable model for our museum. I think that cannot be overstated. Perhaps something that comes to the LTP next year. And I think that's captured perhaps in Part C here, offered up by Councillor Barker. And I think I think I mentioned earlier, some of the questions asked today speak to the need to tighten up our funding regime around the museum. And I don't think that should be too difficult. But I think it would be wise for us not to be in a situation again where we're firing questions around what the Act states or what it can do or how much we give. I think we shouldn't be scratching our heads over that. I think we can definitely iron that one out. And finally, let's not forget that each year we do go out to our community to consult with them about the things that we want them to have. We want them to have their say. I think the document's called "Have Your Say." And it's right that we do this, and nobody's talked about that today, the fact that we do go out in the consultation period. Well, this year, of course, the largest majority of submitters by far commented on the Tahura Otago Museum. In fact, 121 submissions, which is 31% of all the feedback. And of those 121 submissions, all but one was in support of increasing the funding for Otago Museum. And I think it wouldn't be right of us to ignore the feedback from a large cohort of people in a process we spend a lot of effort, time and money encouraging people to engage in. So I do urge you to support this. A, B and C actually. Yeah, I'll leave it there and I'll probably speak more in my written reply.
So at this stage, we need to take a procedural adjournment. The Chief has some adjustments to make to the motion, so I move that we adjourn for 5 minutes to allow the elect to take place. Seconded Deputy Mayor Barker. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. one. Sorry, are we ready? Are we ready? Now we're missing somebody. Explain the procedural thing, and then we'll.
So, councillors, Councillor Gilbert had indicated that he thought he had a potential conflict on the on part B, as it now reads, and so in order for him to be able to fully participate in the decision on the levy, we have split them out, so he is free to vote on the decision about the levy, but will sit back on the decision about the rates rebate. But yes, but you still have to get the mover and seconder's approval.
Okay, so we've had a break and we've had the opening speech from Councillor Walker. Who else want to speak? Councillor Hulan.
Yes, I'll be supporting this motion. And the reason I'll be supporting it is that I am so sick of seeing poor Dr. Griffin come every time with his looking at us and begging for money. It's just embarrassing for a man of his status to have to sit there and, you know, almost cry about the demise of the place. And also over years, my children have been, and they've got an absolutely fantastic kids holiday program that they do that I'd recommend any parent to look at, and if they can get into it. It's really educational, and of course they do all sorts of activities around the museum and history, and the kids when they were younger were so, really keen on it. Now, of course, they don't think anything's cool because they're a bit older, but anyway, that's another point. But they also do heaps of innovative activities. I can remember one time we all got in our pyjamas and went there dancing for some dinosaur event or something, and they have heaps of really cool things on, especially for children, but lots of things. They've expanded all the things they do, so it is a real asset to our city, and not just our city, to the region. And once again, this is another thing that the government doesn't seem to be paying or funding well enough, and this is one of the reasons why he has to come every year begging for money, and it's just not on. So I would actually like to say now that I think as a council we should write a letter to some of these ministers, i.e. around this is slightly off the subject but relevant, to the minister in relation to this about the funding, and we should also write to the education minister about all the funding they don't give the pools and the old buildings at the, in the schoolyards and things that aren't being funded, and they then try and come to us for funding. It is not acceptable, not on, and government needs to do its bit.
Are there any other speakers? Deputy Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't ready to speak so early. I am concerned about A, and I support obviously B, C and D. And I guess my concern goes from all of my concerns about putting money in without understanding the consequences of it. And it was interesting to find out what the legislation provided for and what the legislation meant, and to find out that we were paying above the levy, that some councils close to us weren't paying, I guess, their part of the levy, and that we were subsidising that as well. At $4.8 million approximately, this is the biggest levy, the biggest grant that we give, and I worked out there's about 40,000 households in Dunedin according to the 2018 census, which means that every household is paying $100 towards the museum, 4% of their rates bill. So I just want to put that figure out there because it is a substantial part of people's rates bill. So before we make decisions like that, we actually need to understand what we're getting for our money, which is a terrible thing to say, but we have to say that for all of our investments. And my caution around this was the legislation means that we can't do less than the year before. So anything we add in becomes the minimum and becomes locked in. This year we've already said that we would give 2% towards the museum. And then this is suggesting to add another 3%. And I know it's a little bit of a rates rise on top of what we'd agreed and consulted on, 6.5%. I really want to see a transparent process and the legislative process followed. And this is about the museum supplying its annual plan to council and the performance measures also coming along. The legislation says that the draft annual plan shall be referred to the contributing authorities for a period of 3 months, concluding no longer than 31st of May in each year. And it appears that we haven't been having an annual plan and performance measures coming to council, so we have been kept giving this very large levy towards the museum, and we love them and we think they do an incredible, amazing job, as I'm sure everyone's going to say, but we actually need to make sure that we tidy up this process. So if we're giving a grant or levy, this year, it would seem more like a band-aid rather than a heart transplant, and we need to look at the whole health of the museum. We've certainly uncovered, I guess, a can of worms, judging from the amount of time we've spent asking questions and then discovering more about this special bit of legislation. And I think I talked about in my rates bill, I used to see that it was $50 that went to the museum. Obviously that was a long time ago, and now it's $100 for my household of me and my cats to pay for the museum. And I absolutely support children and families going, or anyone going to the museum, and I've done that many times and used, as Councillor Houlihan said, their holiday program. But we do need to make sure that we are doing whatever we do in a really transparent, equitable, careful way. We look at the loss of the LEOTC funding as well, and I think we brought that up with the Eco Sanctuary. It's something that we need to focus on, about how we help institutions get that government funding back and look after our students. And also LEOTC funding is there for students that live in the area and outside the area, so we need to think about how we're going to look after them there. So I can't see any wiggle room in an unbalanced budget. This is what we're facing this year as well. I asked the question about identifying the money that was saved in events, and staff have very sensibly said that we should put it towards the unbalanced budget. So I know it is a small amount, however I'm feeling quite cautious about it.
I'd like to know how much the cats pay.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Well, there's no dispute really about the importance of the museum and its operations, and I think we were only too familiar with not only the quite inspirational leadership that the museum is fortunate to have at the moment, but also the quality of the reporting we get when Dr Griffin trots in to entertain us, and I know those reports are some of the most informative and comprehensive that we see. I have to say that while my experience of the management of the museum is limited to a couple of meetings so far only, I'm impressed by the professionalism and thoroughness of the parties involved, who are members of the trust, including my colleagues, of course. And you can be sure that this is a very professional organisation working very hard to cover the costs, recover from the loss of gate traffic during COVID, but one nonetheless, and doing so successfully, but nonetheless making an extraordinary contribution to this community and the whole region, even though there are members of other authorities in the region that don't quite share our enthusiasm about their museum. And that takes me to the Act. Might be a can of worms, that Act and that funding formula, but it's the one we've got to deal with at the moment. And it is unfortunate that I suspect the reason for previous support above levy levels from this authority has been because of the performance of other contributing authorities paying less than one might have expected from them. And I think that's just the reality of us being not only the home of the Otago Museum, but also the biggest authority in that group of funders. But I do think it's time for us to advocate around a more fit for purpose funding formula. And I certainly think that it's time that we support the Otago Museum and the museums in Christchurch and Auckland around central government funding at higher levels for these major collections. And it's not just Otago, although ours is a bit of a gem, but the major collections held by these other institutions that, shall we say, are not treated on an even playing field with Te Papa in Wellington. That's an issue for the whole country, and it's one that the three museums aforementioned are working at, and one that we can, at very little cost, support them in, because the contribution to the tourist traffic and to the educational opportunities in the city that the museum makes are pretty well documented, and I think several speakers earlier have highlighted that, and I don't think anyone could add much to what Councillor Walker said about the performance. You know, this is not just something for the lovers of Animal Attic. Think about how much, same generation as many of the exhibits, but this is not just something for those people. Think of the changes that have been instituted in the museum in recent times, you know, the new features, the new activities, the science centre, the tropical forest, and what have I forgotten, the planetarium. And we've all seen a couple of wonderful exhibitions travelling using that museum site for their display space, and it is a wonderful asset to the city, adjacent to our university, and a lovely green space. So it's got everything going for it, and it's fighting hard to continue to improve. There are lots of plans for galleries to be refurbished that have had to be held a bit because of the obvious financial pressures, but I would urge colleagues to vote for all these steps to support that institution.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan started off by sort of referencing Dr. Griffin almost in turning up on a regular basis with an almost pleading look on his face, asking, "Please, sir, can I have some more?" which obviously brought to mind Oliver Twist. So if the museum is Oliver Twist, we presumably are the Artful Dodger, which I can only assume makes central government Fagin. There surely needs to be a better reference and a better model than that we can move to, as has been previously mentioned. I will be supporting large chunks of this for two reasons. One, I've been to the museum. It's amazing. It's absolutely, why would you not want to support that? So I will be supporting it definitely on that. I've been there both as a general loiterer, wanderer around, but also been there as part of some of the events they've held, judging science competitions and those sorts of things. And so what they contribute to the education within our region is truly remarkable. And the other reason is, as Councillor Walker has rightly pointed out, and stealing my thunder, the majority of the submitters to the annual plan process, 31% of them were massively in favour of supporting an increase going to the museum. And I agree with them. And surely are they not a large representation of those people who we are elected to represent? So we are doing as we are meant to be doing by following through on what the residents of Dunedin are asking for. So that's why I am very happy to support, as I say, large chunks.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm caught on part A because I've just had that position at Orokonui in the previous item, and I'll pretty much be continuing it through this whole period, and that is that without the report to go with it, we are making a request based on the requester alone. Now I want to go on to the requester. Dr. Griffith is probably one of the best directors the museum's had for a long time, and the museum is running in an incredible place right now, and it is a fantastic social asset. So part D of this, I'd be quite keen to get into what that review is going to look like, and I'd be quite open to be increasing our levy if it finds out that we're underfunding it based on the asset it is for us in the city. But we need to know it in the context of what we're doing the funding for, which means, as much as it pains me, I will not be voting yes on Part A because of that lack of context, and just the reality that I think petitioners need to understand when they come to us, that from my perspective, if we don't have an understanding of the reason we're doing it, then we're susceptible to a really good presentation at the time on the day that appeals to our heartstrings. And although a 0.1% increase is only a 0.1% increase, I've seen that turn into, in the end, a 0.5, 0.6% rates increase by the time all the 0.1s have added up. And we've got to be very careful about doing that. I'm quite confident voting against it, it's not going to lose. I think it's based on the speeches, it's probably going to pass. But really, Part D is where it all lies, in my opinion, and the reason we're in trouble to some extent is that the government's obsession with Te Papa. We might be very careful if we raise too much evidence that we've got such a good museum down here, we might find that they'll just do what they do with every other asset we've had. But let's hope that won't happen. I want to finish by saying, even though I'm going to vote no for Part A, I do understand that there is a need for the money there, and that's why there's a need to make sure that Part D is executed quickly and we get to a good relationship with funding for the museum. And I want to reiterate that, in my opinion, is one of the biggest assets in the city, and that Dr. Griffin runs that institution as the person running it in an exceptionally good way. But we are making a relationship with the institution, and we have had in the past, the directors of the museum have not been directors we were happy with, not all that far in the past. So we've got to be sure we're dealing with the institution, not the director, when we're making these relationships. Thank
you. Councillor Vandevers.
I very much agree with everything Councillor O'Malley has just said, and also Deputy Mayor Barker's comments earlier. Deputy Mayor Barker points out that we already support a Targa Museum at a very high level. There's no doubt that we're all very pleased with Dr. Griffin as director, and he does an excellent job of advocating for the museum's needs. What I feel we do need to see some more of is detailed accounts, what the actual needs are, and I'm very keen on D of this motion, like Councillor O'Malley, because I think that we will get a much clearer idea of what the real needs are and what the ongoing needs are going to be. And that's very important, especially when you've got a ratcheted agreement with them. You need to know what your ongoing is. So no problem with D. That brings me to C. To me, the real gap we're trying to fill here is a gap that is created by cuts in government funding. And for us to go filling gaps in government funding is asking for being on hiding to nothing. Can I remind people that current and recent government cuts include not just the hospital, 90 million, school pools, 3 Waters incentive package, more recently the hospital car parks cut, social housing, regional development funding. We have not had a fair suck of the salve, I think is a saying which I think I'm allowed to use, in terms of government money here for a very long time, and we have been the subject of a lot of cuts to virtually every aspect of what happens here in Dunedin, and that includes this museum. The museum is of undoubted quality, This museum basically has the cost of supporting an enormous trove of nationally and internationally historic items. And really, as someone else has pointed out before, I think it was Councillor Benson-Pope, doesn't get the funding like some other museums to actually preserve, collate and display these things. It all seems to go to Te Papa for some reason, possibly being a bit parochial, I would have thought. So I can't vote at this point for 5%, because I don't know whether the figure's appropriate or not. It may be more, it may be less when we get the requested information to give us a better idea where it goes. So no problem supporting C and D, but as with Councillor O'Malley and Deputy Mayor Barker, I can't at this stage, although I'd like to, I can't at this stage vote for A or B, come to that.
Councillor Wiley.
As the seconder to this motion, I'll be supporting all four. I think the key we have to look at is that why did Dr. Griffin come to us, and what was his key intent in the message he was bringing? The first one was that he, like all entities across our city, are being affected by inflation and increasing costs. But he was also clear to tell us if funding doesn't come through, they have to reduce staff numbers significantly. When you add that all up and you look at what the asset is of the Otago Museum to the city, with its strong leadership, community engagement, it's internationally recognised. And as we've heard, strong community feedback on supporting it. I take Councillor O'Malley's point about the Orokonui, and if we fund this, then why aren't we funding Orokonui? I still yet to see what amount Orokonui wanted us to fund. I would have been happy to support them if they came with us a clear story of what they wanted us to fund. Yes, it's a great asset to the city as well. It makes a difference. But there was no story on what they wanted from us in the sense of dollars. When we look at the presentation we received from Dr. Griffin, I'm looking at his slides that he sent through, on the 6th slide, it shows the graph of salaries and expenses, salaries and wages, going up to 5.63 million. You look at how Otago Museum have got their funding over the last 12 years. They haven't sat back waiting for people to give them money. They have gone out and they've worked hard to rattle the tin to get funding from a lot of different areas. This is about allowing the Otago Museum, as it was presented to us by Dr. Griffin, to continue to pay our staff the living wage and to continue operating our existing programs and events. If that's not a good investment for the people of Dunedin, that region and the country, then I'm frustrated to know what is. Thank you.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm disappointed in my councillors hearing you talk about the museum as a treasure trove when I see the eco-sanctuary as a place of taonga species that are treasure. Councillor Wiley talked about staff cuts. Well, this has already happened at the eco-sanctuary while they are proactively seeking funds and rattling the tin, as you said. So I won't be supporting the 5% increase because if we're going to give money to the museum, why don't we give money to the eco-sanctuary? I know that that's a smaller organisation, but how do you weigh up the value of treasure? I think living species is another whole area, but I just don't understand how we could do one thing and not do another. Thank you.
For me, they are both receptacles of treasure, both Orokonui and museum. They're both filled with treasures, and just as I supported the living treasures, I also support the some living treasures at the museum, but the treasures that are collections from days gone by. And they are like everyone and every institute and every business in our community. They're all under pressure these days. We are in extraordinary times, and we've had very rapid rises in inflation and interest rates and so on. So we're not giving them everything as asked for. We're not meeting the rate of inflation, but we are, increasing the funding a bit to help them cope with this, the difficulties they find themselves with. And indeed, that is across the board. We can't give everybody everything they want, but we can do some things in line with a consistent process of this institution that we do support as a council and have done all the way along. So I can support these resolutions. So a right of reply for Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try and I won't go through them chronologically, but I'll just start where my page is opened. Firstly, Councillor Mayhem, I don't think anybody around this table, from what I heard, was in any way suggesting at any point that they didn't consider Orokonui an absolute treasure. Actually, I think there was some quite detailed reasons as to why the process to fund it wasn't quite in the way it probably would and should be for an authority like this. And I think, like the rest of us, if them or many other of institutions or groups that come to this, come to the annual plan, long-term plan, come with a robust process and details, the chances of that being funded are far greater. And I hope for their sake they come back to the LTP with a more robust process. And thank you, Councillor Wiley, for seconding the motion and your comments actually around why you would wouldn't fund Orokonui, but with this. And Councillor Vandervis, your questions around the government funding model are relevant actually and pertinent, and that's the reason that Part C is inserted into this motion actually. Councillor Benson Pope, you're right, the Act is an absolute can of worms. That was very clear earlier and has been for a while actually, but hopefully that can be rectified by Part D of the motion, and that can also give us a fit for purpose funding formula as we move forward, and I think everybody is desirous of that. Councillor Gilbert, I'll just continue probably I guess on the Charles Dickens line there and just say we should have great expectations that we're in preventing a bleak house. Councillor O'Malley, despite your reticence about Part A, you are right that the focus should be on Part D. And again, I don't think there's any argument from anybody there. Councillor Barker, I guess. I do agree with you in the need to tighten up our processes, and again, I think everybody agrees around Tahuna moving forward. And it is, this is, in some ways, it's a band-aid, but in the interim, but hopefully the heart surgery takes place between now and the long-term plan. And finally, I can't resist finishing with Councillor Houlihan, actually, who was feeling sorry for the gloomy Dr. Griffin when he came in. But unfortunately, like your husband, he's an Arsenal supporter. So he's hurting in a way that's far more important at the moment. Thank you.
And so we'll take the motion in parts and by division.
Resolution A, Councillor Ackland.
No.
Councillor Barker.
No.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. Councillor Lefiso. Councillor Mayhem.
No.
Councillor O'Malley.
No.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Weatherall.
No.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried 7-6. Resolution B. Councillor Ackland.
No.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Houlihan. Councillor Lefiso. Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried 10-2. Resolution C. Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. Councillor Lefiso. Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
Yes.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried unanimously. Resolution D. Sorry. Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. Councillor Lefiso. Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
Yes.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried unanimously.
Very, very good. We move on to item 10. The North Dunedin School pools, the schools pool. Yes. To me, this is an ideal item to feed into the long-term plan and the pools plan that is coming. Does anyone have a motion? No. So we'll leave it for the pools plan and the long-term plan. Is there any comment, any dissent to that? Great. Okay, so we'll leave it there. We can move on to item 11, the Tomahawk Battery. Is there a motion on that? Nothing? So, does anyone have any comment to make on it? So we'll just leave it sit.
Sorry, I have a question. Can I just get clarification? And Mr. McLean spoke to it earlier on exactly what is going to happen in the meantime with that area.
Thanks, Councillor. We have no no immediate plans and nothing set aside in the draft budget for any work at that location.
Deputy Mayor Barker.
So is this area road reserved or does it sit under a particular reserves management plan?
I'm not sure off the top of my head. I will check that for you now.
I guess my question relates to if we want to capture this request, where is it going to be captured so that we might be able to move on addressing the request?
So we just, if council wants us to do anything around this, then someone needs to move something.
So it seems to me it could just sit and then if there's more community interest and activity, it'd come to the long-term plan. And Councillor O'Malley?
So just confirming there's no heritage work or anything like that going on the military sites around the area?
None that anyone who is here is aware of. So, but that doesn't, someone will be watching this, and I'm sure if there is, they'll let us know.
Councillor Wiley?
Yes, there is some work being done on the peninsula around the military history, and that's being led by Lox Callis at the moment, and also following up with work that Ron Polanski had done in the past. But I think what I'll be doing is proceeding the Tomahawk Battery through the Peninsula Community Board because it does fit in that area on advancing this project.
Deputy Mayor Barker?
is this project a sitter for the Heritage Action Plan, and should we capture it in the work around that? That's my favourite topic, Heritage Action Plan. Is there some work that could be captured in the Heritage Action Plan? How we address the telling of stories. I mean, there's a destination plan work going on, which will be addressing heritage, but I don't think in such detail. Or is it for the Heritage Action Plan on how we address and showcase our heritage?
No, I don't want. There's a level of detail in a gun placement that I'm not sure, and so I'm not sure about if the Heritage Action Plan is focused on stories or on infrastructure. So I think someone will have taken note of this, and as part of the development of one or other of those things, we'll feedback. But I couldn't say which.
Yeah, personally, I think it can just sit where it sits, and there will be further community action as desired by said community. All right, leaving that and moving on to item number 12, the last, the Otago hockey turf replacement. And this work will also fit into the Logan Park Reserves Management Plan, which is coming. Does anyone have a motion or any commentary?
Thank you. Just to follow up on the questions that I asked of Mr. McLean earlier, I think that is ideally where it does fit in the plan going forward. And but I just think we need to acknowledge the work that Otago Hockey have done through the upgrade of their facilities and the growth of hockey with their turf and their international or their national events that they're hosting and their benefit for the city.
Councillor Hulan.
Thank you. It's a tricky one, but given we've funded it initially, where do we, because this, I suppose, also probably doesn't set a precedent, but there'll be many other things that we've funded and, they deteriorate. So is it... My concern is that when we make that initial payment and fund something, that then the organisations don't have the money, to replace it when it actually deteriorates. And a lot of people in our city use those hockey turfs. So how do we deal with that sort of thing with other examples? Because it's just that I can see, it is a problem to fund things that we then don't replace when they run out.
Well, through the chair, we don't own the turf. That's the challenge. And so part of the review that the staff will do and the discussions they'll have with Hockey Otago is part of the broader plan for Logan Park. What are the best options for the ongoing kind of maintenance and upkeep of it?
Councillor O'Malley.
I guess that's the question I'm having about what the meaning of the last sentence is on the staff comments, that options will be considered as part of the next 10-year plan. I would assume that the only option that Otago Hockey will be able to give us is they need the turf upgraded. So would that be, what else would we be considering next year?
I don't want to preempt the review, but one might be that we take over ownership of the turf and then manage it differently. But I'm not suggesting that's the outcome, but that would be something to look at, because that's the only part of the facility I think that we don't own.
Yep. Councillor Lucas.
Just following on from that, but regardless of the review of Logan Park, it will still remain as a hockey turf, so it will still need to be upgraded.
At some point, but it's just how and when, who pays and then who has responsibility. And so as part of that Logan Park management plan, it's about just looking at it in the entirety, seeing if we've got enough turf, too many turfs, all of that.
Councillor Wiley.
I just want to get clarification because Councillor Houlihan used the word that deteriorate. And the question for Mr. McLean is, with the hockey turf, is it deteriorating or is it wearing out through natural wear and tear?
Thanks, Councillor, through the chair. They wear and tear. A little bit like the artificial football turf that we've got at Logan Park, as we know that there's roughly a 10-year life expectancy on that. So, yeah, it's normal wear and tear.
Councillor Houlihan.
Just out of interest, what is the difference between deteriorating and wear and tear?
In my book, something deteriorates when you don't look after it.
I think we're done. We're happy to leave it for the Logan Park management plan, and we'll look at it again at the end of the year. All set? Now, that actually brings us to the end of item 7. So, at this point, I move that we extend the meeting beyond 6 hours. Do I have a second for that? Councillor Walker. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Okay, so it took us a wee while to get through that. We now move on to amenity requests. So we'll make a start on that. So, Ms Graham will speak to the report.
Only at a very high level, so councillors, you'll see there are a range of folk here from across all of the main activities of council who will be able to hopefully answer any questions you have. As I've said before, we have attempted to capture all of the requests from the submissions. Again, you may have noticed some that we haven't captured, so it's for you to raise those. As the Mayor, I'm sure he's just going to work through them, maybe page by page. The other thing councillors will need to consider is if you are wanting to fund or do something that isn't allowed for, how and where that's going to be paid for. So that's just something that you will need to consider if there's a financial cost to the things that you are wanting to do or not.
And so, thus far, I haven't seen any motions. One in due course. And we'll go through page by page, and for the most part, these amenity requests will feed into various plans, and in particular to the long-term plan. But we'll certainly take any questions that people may have at this stage. Councillor Gary? Oh, do you need a break?
I have a later, when we get to page 70-something, a motion. I have just a question, a simple question, number 8, Mr McLean. I just wanted to know how accurate that was around the no plants in the planter boxes at St Clair. How does that happen? Is it just between plantings, or what's the situation from your perspective?
Thank you, Councillor. Just a really tough environment to get anything established. A lot of foot traffic, but we're reviewing the types of plants that'll go in and have the best shot.
Excellent, thank you.
Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. This relates to submission number 963266 from the Te Hauora Whānau Services Chair, Desiree Mahi, about an Indigenous play space. So it's not an amenity request per se, I guess, but I'm just asking Mr McLean, what's your team's thoughts or response or anything?
Kia ora, Councillor. So that we had a number of submissions on destination play spaces, and it's come into that. So I've had confirmation from the team that they will be contacting that submitter directly to talk about the upcoming destination play space work.
Councillor Ackland, did you have a question? No.
Yeah, all I was going to say before you started going down this road is, would it make sense to actually have the questions on the page that you're on as you go through, rather than do a whole lot of general stuff here and then do it all over again as you go through pages?
The point of this bit is just for general questions, but we've burrowed into some on the page. But Councillor Gary may have a general question before we get into page.
No, I've got a question on a specific item.
So is everyone.
Should we leave that to the...
Yeah, fine.
Rightio, here we are, page 52. Skate park, pump track, practice baskets, parks and reserves. Does anyone have any commentary, questions, or anything to say about any of these? Thank you. Over the page to 53. And Andy Bay Infrastructure, Queen's Drive, St Clair. Come back. Oh, yeah. No, I was calling the whole page. Does anyone have anything to say about any of these items, 1 to 4? Councillor Benson-Pope.
Just an observation about number 6. Oh, well, I got the wrong page.
But we're doing, well, we've done 1 to 4 because we just have to be listening. No, we covered the page 1. No one had a question. No one had any commentary. And you're correct. We are over the page, number 6.
Thank you. Much and all as I would welcome what's suggested here, there is an underlying issue with the inlet, the Andersons Bay Inlet, which has not been addressed by Regional Council, despite the fact they had funding for removal of the sludge. But it is probably, well, the harbour's probably the best example, or the worst example, but the stormwater overflows into, and including roading runoff into the Bayfield Inlet, have led to it being extremely unsavoury, and it's something that I will address separately with the Regional Council, but you can see at low tide the state of the sludge. I know from personal experience how unpleasant it is. I hate to think what's in the residues, given it's all Larnac Road and Shaw Street and Portsmouth Drive, but it's not a cosy recreational beach in the short term. And I just think it would be useful if in commentary like this, if we didn't lose sight of that unfortunate environmental degradation that's happened over the years.
Deputy Mayor Barker.
So is Bayfield Park part of the sports parks, or is it its own? Is it a reserve?
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. It's at the moment it's covered under the sports field reserve management plan.
So that's the general sports fields management plan. It doesn't have its own management plan?
That's correct.
If I could,
oh, sorry.
Could I ask you a question there, Mr. McLean? Is it would it be that area, given in the playground, the estuary and all of that, suitable for a reserve management plan?
It would be. We could consider if it was decided that it was unique and special values that need to be protected, or maybe the inlet, to Councillor Benson Pope's comments, could be included in the wider harbour plan.
Would it be possible for me to move that it has its own reserve management plan, like Councillor Benson Pope? I guess I live nearby and I see the wildlife that feed in that cesspool, and some of the work around it, because it does have a much wider impact on the community, especially during COVID. We saw a lot of people using it. So are we going to put motions at the beginning or at the end? Because I can't word this right quickly.
I would imagine we'd put motions as we go through, if required.
Is it really technical to create a new reserve management plan for something like that?
My understanding is there are some thresholds that would need to be met under the Reserves Act to have a management plan, but this probably does it. I don't know. How about if we left this and came back to it, and Mr. McLean will look at, crafting a motion that might give effect to what you're seeking.
Very good. We're all done. Thank you. Councillor Vandevers.
Is number 5 on the menu currently? it's a bit of an odd one, and it's been something which has boiled away for, I think, most of the years that I've been on council, and that is that we keep getting people saying, look, DCC plants an awful lot of trees, but none of them are fruit bearing. And and the answer that we have in the staff comment here on number 5, refers to community orchards. But I think when the anonymous person, whoever it was, talks about fruit trees and parks, they're thinking more of all the other trees that we have, and we have possibly tens of thousands of them all over the city, not just the botanical gardens and various other parks, but lining streets and all sorts of things. One of the joys of going overseas, actually, I found, is picking up some of the ripe fruit that just happens to be falling around in a lot of these urban situations, because a lot of overseas countries, they plant fruit trees. And in terms of ongoing resilience, in terms of I understand there's a bit more of a maintenance issue with fruit trees, because not all the fruit gets eaten, a lot of it gets left on the ground. But I'm wondering if we could just check whether staff have seriously looked at the possibility of new plantings being more predominantly productive fruit trees rather than just ornamentals.
Thanks, Councillor. That's something we could look at for sure. Yep.
Councillor Houlihan.
Yeah, are we in question time or debate time? I'm just clarifying. Doesn't question still? Right. Well, I agree with pretty much everything Councillor Vandervis just said, and a good example of that is the Otago Polytech that has the edible garden there, and a lot of people can just wander and eat it. And I do think for sustainability it is a really good one. I worked with Kevin McLeod through a project once, virtually, wasn't in person, but he was all in favour on the redevelopment of Christchurch to have edible plants all around coming into the city. Is that something we've ever considered, or did you like the way I turned that into a question?
I think Mr. McLeod already has said that that is something they're going to have a look at. So we'll get answers in due course. So where are we at? Anyone got any commentary on 7 or 8? No? We're across the page to page 54. Items 9, 10, 11, 12 and 13. Councillor O'Malley.
Item 9, the extension of the town belt. I know in the future development strategies we were talking about green corridors and blue corridors, but I don't think the town belt's in the FDS work. And I noticed in the staff comments it's 1 to 2 years, in the next 1 to 2 years. Will that be in line with the future development strategy work, or is it its own activity?
As I understand it, it's part of the South Dunedin future work, I think.
I'm aware at the other end of town that there's a lot of space on the eastern side of Pine Hill, which again would be a good opportunity for an extension of the town belt in that direction as well. And I'm 99% certain that nobody's even started that work or even thinking about that work. I'm wondering how we can capture this whole concept of whether the town belt should be extended.
I think it has been captured, and part of the reserve management plan will come to council for sign-off, and I guess you'll set, the parameters of what we start to look at.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. A comment on item 10, Borlass's Corner at Sawyers Bay. This came before the West Harbour Community Board, and I understand that part of the area they hope to develop was actually gifted to the Otago University. Is that right? Do you know, Mr McLean?
No, I'm not sure of the land tenure there, at that exact location, sorry. But I can find out.
Very good. Any more questions? No. Next page is 55. items 14, 15 and 16. Councillor O'Malley.
Item 15 was something that I remember when I first got on the council, because that was when the demolition of the Aramana Wharf came up, and there was an instruction to remove the unstable material, talk to Doc about access across the beach. And I'm just looking at the staff responses. Staff are working with the Wharf Trust, and I'm wondering what happened to all the work that was part of a council resolution about 6 years ago, and everything before that.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. So this is all part of that. So that from memory, that council resolution relates to if the wharf was to be restored, then DCC would maintain it thereon. So we've been working with the trust, and the next step is for the trust to develop detailed design so we can apply for the relevant consents.
One of those at the time was that the material that was taken off the wharf was to be taken somewhere and stored safely. Do you know where it is?
I don't, but I can find out. It predates me.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, my question was also around the Aramana Wharf, and it's been around for as long as I've been in local politics, 16 years actually. So my question, I guess, to Mr McLean is that in the past the hold-up was always with Department of Conservation. Are you cognizant at all of their status now in this process? Or?
So one of the agencies we would need to apply for a concession, I think it is, with Department of Conservation, relies on us providing detailed design. So that's the work that the trust have agreed that they will do, and then we will facilitate applying for the relevant consents, which includes ORC and a concession with Department of Conservation.
Thank you for that, but does that now have traction? Because that literally is the same answer that I've heard for a long, long time, but it now has traction.
Thanks, Councillor. So I spoke with Mr Brown from the Trust only a few weeks ago, and he said that they're still working on that detailed design, so they'll bring it forward when they've completed it, whenever that might be.
Thank you, and I'll take the liberty of trailing back into the last one because it comes into this page, and just to congratulate staff on being proactive around the bollards, around the playground in Aramana. Well done.
Councillor O'Malley.
Still with the wharf, I just aware of all things in the marine environment recently and coastal policy statement. Do you know if the wharf is registered as a structure in the marine environment at the moment, or whether it would require a new consent?
A couple of years ago we met with the ORC, and the discussions with them, until they saw detailed design, they didn't know whether a certificate of compliance would suffice, or if they'd need full-blown consent. So again, everything's hinging on that detailed design of to what extent, how it's going to be constructed, and then the assessment of environmental effects on top of that.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, and I'll move on to 16, and I don't want to appear to be down on the Department of Conservation here, but we did have a couple of submissions around the Salt March area in Aramoana, particularly around the Longmac Groin, for those who do or don't know that part of our city. And I'm just a little bit concerned that that's now been passed over to DOC. And how will we, I guess, how will we be looped into anything that progresses or doesn't progress with that, Mr McLean?
Thank you, Councillor. So Department of Conservation have communicated with the submitter and a number of other folk, so they have a stated position, which I'm happy to circulate.
We're done. Over the page. 56 items, 17 and 18. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And actually 17 and 19 raise the same issues, so I'm going to just bring those two into it. And I had a question for Mr McLean. I wonder if you could expand on the comment that increasing pressure due to the arrival of commercial boat owners is a bit of an issue in the area. Could you explain that, Mr. McLean?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. So over the last couple of years, we've seen an increase in ferries, commercial ferries, and they're using the wharves that are owned and managed by us. So we're working with those operators at the moment and some of the affected parties, just so we can work out a way of managing it well that still supports what they aim to do, whilst we work on a wider harbour plan.
So is it correct that the recreational boaties, who have often been excluded in the past in terms of harbour stuff, have been using that area, and we've now got 2 water taxis on the harbour, which is a positive thing, but the plans we had in place didn't really account for that? Is that, have I got that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So those structures were put in primarily for recreational use, and we've seen some increase. It includes the Monarch as well, that ties up to one of our jetties. So we're looking to formalise something now.
And so you'll continue to work with those commercial entities in that way. And will that come into the harbour plan as well? Will that be part of the harbour plan?
Yeah, it'll have to be, yep.
Thank you.
Yep, Deputy Mayor Barker.
Was around number 17 as well. I just wanted to know a little bit more about the harbour plan, because it says it's working with the DCC and the ORC. So first of all, I just wanted to know who's leading the work, and then also how does the harbour plan relate to the harbour recreational plan? Are these 2 separate pieces of work?
So I can answer part of that. Kevin Winders very recently contacted me with a what is called the port amenity plan in our harbour, with a proposal for a harbour amenity plan. I think that was following a meeting maybe with the Mayor and Councillor Wiley. And in that, he is suggesting an oversight group initially of the chief executives of the 3 organisations to scope up what that work might look like. And so we are just in the, he wrote to me about 3 weeks ago. So I'm happy to send councillors the draft information that he sent to me. We had a meeting scheduled last week to discuss it, but there was a diary snafu, and we ended up in different places on different days. So, and Mr. McLean will be able to answer the next bit.
Yeah, thank you. So we have a harbour reserves management plan that's due for review. So those 2 pieces of work, because there's 3 agencies involved in that plan the Chief Executive talked about, each has its own area of interest or responsibility. So for us, it's at the moment it's the harbour reserves, and we have an existing plan, so they're managed under the Reserves Act. So that work will happen in parallel, so that our policies that we write support the aims and objectives of the collaborative work that we do. So if we need to enable development or work, then we'll make sure our policies in the harbour reserves management plan, recreational plan, supports that, or if we all agree that there's an area that needs specific level of protection, then we'll put those policies in that. So it happens at the same time, and they would work together. Yep.
Councillor Gary?
Yeah, that leads me to another question. Not, how are we dealing with that as we work to address the deterioration of some of our harbour edge assets?
Thank you, Councillor. We did have a staff member with a keen interest in yachting and a keen knowledge about marine assets. So we're looking at how we scope up and outsource some of that work at the moment for the wear and tear on our marine assets.
Thank you. And my subsequent question is around a concern I have hearing that the harbour plan that is mentioned here sounds as if it's been, and I might have this wrong, Chief, but it sounds as if it's being led by Port Otago. No?
The initial document has been prepared by Port Otago, but with a view to just as a straw document, I think, to start with.
So the question I have then is to ensure, because at amalgamation time, the way things were split, commercial use of the harbour was favoured and recreational uses of the harbour have basically been sidelined, although our organisation has addressed that in recent times. I would hope, and this is a question, that recreational uses of the harbour, through our boating clubs and canoeists and fisher folk, they will be part of that. Can I have assurance about that?
What you can have is assurance that I'm about to send you the documents as presented by the port, that the chief executives will get together and have a discussion, and then I'll report back, and I'm just checking now the delegations manual, through the appropriate committee, at which point we'll be able to work out what the council's position is around it.
And could I also ask that the 2017 hui that took place at the Heritage Festival and the commitments made at that and the comments made at that and feedback from 150 people that represented a whole range of organisations will be looked at, see what we might have done and what might still be yet to do as a starting point?
Once I've had that meeting with the respective chief executives, I'll report back and then we can look at how we frame up what's required.
Thank you.
Councillor Hulan.
Thank you. Do you want to, or should I say something? Yeah. Do you want to say something? Or no? Okay. So I put my hand up because this is not in sequence with this, but there's an email come out from Simon Pickford, Mr. Pickford, about the funding model for the funding gap there, and it states very clearly in that motion that council agreed to fund the gap. And I'm just wondering how that affects obviously the votes passed, but that to me indicates that we agreed as a council that we would actually fund those gaps on. I
don't think that's quite what it said. Simon could happily do it, but I wonder that we come back to this while we're on an item at the minute, which is about the harbour. We can come back to that, but I think you might have misread the document he sent.
Let's just leave that for a minute, finish what we're on. Yeah, and we've already moved on as it is, but so 17 and 19, are we done? I think we are. Very good. And where are we going? We've only got 5. What's that? A few pages to go. So, yes, well, depends how long we're going to go for. I imagine we'll go to 5. Does anyone feel like they need a break at this moment? No, we're okay. We're going to press on. Really? Oh, look. Okay, so we'll take 5 minutes. I move that we adjourn for 5 minutes, take a break. Second to Councillor Walker. All those in favour say aye. Carried. Mostly back in the room. Yep. Yeah. Well, every 5 minutes takes 10 or 15. Anyway, page 57. Sorry. Page 57, items 19, 20 and 21. Any commentary? Deputy Mayor Barker.
Just trying to find my question. The Otago Peninsula tracks, the overall request also relates to that they want to create a world-class visitor attraction, and I think this creation of world-class visitor attraction for the tracks on the peninsula has been brought up a number of times. So I wanted to check whether it was first of all captured in the Dunedin destination plan and secondly captured in the walking and cycling network review, and whether there was going to be, that's three, whether there's going to be more consultation on the walking and cycling master plan. Yes.
Thank you, Councillor. In relation to the destination plan, I think it will be captured at a very high level, but I can't answer the specifics around the other plan. I think to you, Simon.
So the second part of your question, the pedestrian and cycling plan. So the transport team's work is predominantly about commuting and the parks team is predominantly about recreation, but the two teams are working together to make sure the two are integrated and aligned. The pedestrian and cycling plan, staff are kind of generating the collateral and that will be engaged on more widely mid-year. I think August is the date scheduled for a draft plan to go to the community.
So, and there's other, now I'm confused. So there's the walking and cycling plan, and then I guess is it reserves and recreation that's doing a walking tracks review?
Thanks, Councillor. You might recall we bought a recreational tracks plan fairly recently to council, so that's in place, and we've updated an annual implementation plan. So the work specifically on the Otago Peninsula is work we've recognised needs doing. So we're going to be next financial. We're going to condition assess the assets there, and then look at those against the grade of track, and that'll inform the long-term plan.
I guess this goes back to interpretative signage, and maybe this is a question again for the destination plan, and I can't quite recall, is there going to be I guess overall a city signage strategy for the city and then a visitor signage strategy for the visitor journey, including some of these tracks?
I'm not sure that is one of the priorities in the plan yet, Councillor, but it's something that we can just have a look at to see where it is captured.
Councillor Van der Vis.
Just a question on 21 regarding the claim that Rockville was promised a loop walk around the Mount Grand Reservoir, which has never been fulfilled. Have staff been able to confirm whether that's actually the case or not?
To confirm whether it was promised or whether it has been fulfilled. I understand that it was a promise from back in the day that predates both Mr McLean and myself being in the roles that we're in. In order to give effect to it is quite difficult and quite complicated and costly.
Thank you for the complete answer.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr McLean. It's great to see the condition assessments in there and the maintenance and the signage aspect in there. Certainly that's a very old issue, but I just want to know if there will be any work that will be developed from the work the board did, and I'm going back 6 years, because just as I finished in the role of chair, there was work done by one of the members around an inland track, and prior to that we had approaches from people connected with Mike Morrison, who was a dock officer, went on to be a dock officer, and 2 others. So it's a very long-standing issue, the potential for the development of an inland track. Is that part of what you're thinking about, or is that kind of too far?
Thank you, Councillor. The work that I just referred to is more of an operational nature, looking at what we have there at the moment. One of the things we're also doing as part of the implementation of the recreational tracks plan in the new financial year is to develop a decision-making framework for the investment or divestment of tracks. So part of that would be feasibility studies into potential routes.
So can I assume from that that kind of work that I've just referred to would be captured, would be noted at that time?
Yes, certainly. If someone proposed it, they'll have a pretty solid framework to understand the components they need to consider, and then bring it to council, and there'll be the framework for making decisions on that.
Now looking at Councillor Wiley, thank you.
It looks like we've covered questions on this page. We can turn it over to 58, item 22. So this is a lot of what's just been talked about, but questions on this? Councillor Mayhem?
Yes, on point C, upgrades and improvements of the highest priority, urban and short walks. What this doesn't say in the staff comment is accessible or inclusive. I'm hoping, I see the organ pipes is in there, but that's a rather ambitious climb for most people. I'm hoping that in the short walks category, we're talking about multimodal access for prams and wheelchairs and the like.
Thank you, Councillor. When we developed the recreational tracks plan, we had accessibility groups on the working party. So urban walks in particular should be accessible to most people, regardless of their modes of mobility, and a lot of the short walks should be as well. So what we've found is a lot of them aren't. And it might be fairly minor works that's required, but that's what we've identified as the highest priority. So that's what we'll be addressing.
Excellent. And when this happens, Mr. McLean, will we be notified so we can share that with the accessible community?
Thanks, Councillor. We can report back on the implementation of the recreational tracks plan as it progresses.
Councillor Houlihan?
Thank you. Given DOC's a government department, I just wonder what funding it's giving to some of these projects.
Thanks, Councillor. We fund our own tracks on our own land, but we work really closely with Department of Conservation because they're also the largest provider of recreational tracks in the country. So we work really closely with them to enhance the overall visitor experience, because visitors don't necessarily care whether they're walking on a DOC track or a DCC track. So we try and make the experience the same. So,
is there any funding avenues for us through DOC? Because the DOC obviously wants it, they're asking for it, to help with some of this.
Thanks, Councillor. No, I'm not aware of any. They were a key player on our working party for the recreational tracks plan.
Rightio. I have no further questions on this page. Next is 59. Items 23, 24 and 25. Questions? Councillor Houlihan.
I have a question around what cost would it be to extend the pool, please? The hours at Port Chalmers.
I don't have that figure on me, Councillor. It was bought last annual plan, so I can get that for you.
That was my understanding. That's why I asked it, because I thought we would have that figure somewhere. But is it 35,000 a week, do you think? No. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It just keeps coming up, the Botanic Garden strategic plan. I just wondered if we had a timeline for this project to be completed, whether it would be completed by the in time for the long-term planning process.
Thanks, Councillor. That's certainly the intention.
Questions are all done. We're over to page 60. Moving into property amenity request. Questions, Councillor Walker?
I'm sure those in the room will know what's coming. It's and I'll just go to staff comment where we've got the 10-year schedule, which is great, fantastic. I'd asked previously for an update around the installation or the promised installation of the St Leonard's toilet on the shared path. I don't know who wants to speak to that, if it's Mr West or Anna, to give us the good news.
So the St Leonard's toilet is just dependent on a pump house moving across the road. So we're working with our colleagues in Three Waters to try and tee up that work at the same time. And Dave, do you have an update on when the pump house might happen or what that's contingent on?
So we have an advanced design and we could move forward with construction at some appropriate point. The construction component is a function of the overall Three Waters programme, so in that, not able to pin down an exact date as such yet, but the construction of a pump station and its modifications is probably a time frame of at least 9, if not 12 months.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm never too keen when I hear the words appropriate time, but thank you for that update. And what I mean, the question really is, there was an expectation that's coming, and that's all fine. I don't mind that it's not, but it would be good to just get a little bit of clarity around that, whether it's 9 to 12 months or 16 months, just so that information can be correctly disseminated to the community. Thank you.
Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. In respect of on the toilet matrix where it says for 23-24 Otago Peninsula Harwood Reserve South Dunedin Navy Park, and then down the bottom it says other new toilets with Outram Glen, which actually says 22-23, scheduled to commence in October 23. And also I note that when I know we're not at that yet, but in the capital program there's 1.5 million proposed for this coming year as opposed to what was in the long-term plan of 200,000. So I'm just trying to work out exactly how that funding is being proposed, and are all those toilets being proposed to be funded in the 23-24 budget?
Yes is the short answer. It's a timing issue because the toilets that were scheduled to go in the 22-23 year have been delayed for various reasons. That funding's all now moved into the 23-24 financial year. It's also a consequence of the cost of the Changing Places toilet, which is higher than what was budgeted.
Sorry, so that's what the 1.5 million, I know we will talk about that obviously tomorrow, because that's a significant increase to what was planned.
Yes, that's the cost of all the toilets that will end up happening in that financial period.
So it's the same cost over, I think, we're getting the same number of toilets that were originally planned, but the Outram one's additional. But there was a timing issue with a whole range of things, is my understanding. So at the end of the period of the spend, we will have put in as many toilets as we had promised over the 3 years, plus Outram.
So Outram is in addition to the 200,000 that's been allocated proposed to be allocated every year for the 3 years. So that's 600 then plus Outram and the changing. I'm just trying to get a handle on how it becomes 1.5.
And it also includes the exchange toilet and all those others that were built in, and so it's catch up. It's essentially a catch up.
Councillor Hurley.
Thank you. Could I check the pump station that you said that's being moved in relation to the St Leonard's toilet? Is that the pump station at Burke's?
I believe so, but I'll double check and get back to you. Thank you, Councillor.
It's sort of like a little shed type thing that sits there. Is that? And I believe that's there because has been in the past some funding in that area. So not funding, flooding in that area. So would that mean there's not as much protection for that now if that gets moved, or what is happening with that?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. I'll double check the details. I think the stormwater and the foul sewer are separate facilities. So I think that the functionality would be different for both of those needs. I think this is part of a wider upgrade programme for our pump stations to make sure that they're modern and resilient and reliable.
Alrighty, over the page we go. Page 61, items 5, 3, 6 and 7. Questions? Deputy Mayor Barker.
I just wanted to see if, because some of the challenges around loos at Port Chalmers are around cruise passengers, and I just wanted to understand if there were loos in the Port Otago terminal, and does the cruise action plan address these cruise issues?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, the terminal does have 5 sets of toilets for males, 5 for females, and I understand they're also looking at some accessible toilets. The cruise action plan does look at toilets, and during the season there are additional portaloos put at port, which I'm assuming that the cruise action plan for this next season will also address.
Councillor Ackland.
I'm just looking at number 5, and there's a request there basically by somebody in relation to toilets at Abbotsford by the Green Island Football Club. I assume that's where that is, if it's on Christie Street, which affects both the sports fields and pony clubs. The comment there is that that Christie Street was not identified as a priority location for new toilets, and I don't doubt that this is a massive issue when it comes to people's best wishes, but I certainly do know that area at certain times is chock-a-block with full of people, and if the rugby club rooms are not making toilets available, then there'd be absolutely nothing. And I suppose my question around this really is how much of the city, in terms of busy sports fields and the like, do we have whereby there are just no services at all? No toilet facilities available at all, and what sort of, I suppose, plan does council have overall to try and deal with that?
That's a hard question to answer, Councillor. A lot of our sports facilities do have toilet facilities on them, and of course we have a whole network of public toilets. Have we got enough? I don't know the answer to that, but certainly council voted in the last long-term plan to increase public toilets by 20 across the city, and that's what we're working on doing. We also indicated when we did the long-term plan, and we got our famous toilet matrix into play, that we would constantly review and review these things. So if we're seeing particularly pertinent requests from various parts of the city, we can certainly have a look at that and rerun it through our matrix to make sure that we're still focusing on the highest need.
Thank you. Page 62. Item 8. Questions? Councillor Houlihan.
I've sent through a motion in relation to commuter rail, even though the Middlemarch one has more issues with it, but it's a general one. Is it possible to put that up? Thank you. Oh, they've taken off. Okay. Thank you.
So do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor O'Malley. Very good. Are there any questions before we go Councillor Vandervis.
Have the board at Middlemarch, who strongly urge council to pursue gazettal of the complex through Heritage New Zealand, have they looked at actually getting it gazetted themselves? I speak as somebody who actually did it once. It's quite an undertaking, but I successfully got Carisbrook gazetted as a Category 1 historic place, only to have it be the only Category 1 historic place not to be preserved. But I'm just suggesting that they, I wonder if they've been asked whether or not they were perhaps the more appropriate body to actually get that heritage precinct gazetted.
In the interest of clarity, I'd just say that we are considering Middlemarch Railway first, and then we'll look at the motion on the board, it being quite a separate issue. Anyway, that was a question. Is it?
Look, only loose and not fully, I'm sorry, Councillor, but we haven't had detailed discussions yet. We've had discussions with DCHL. The ownership of some of the facilities in the precinct is mixed, which makes it more complicated as well. So we're dealing with the Crown potentially through KiwiRail, Dock, and some of our own assets. So it becomes complicated. As part of the work we're doing, yes, the precinct will need consideration, and whether it's the board that does it or us, probably us, to be honest.
I can report from my visit, they had plenty of questions. Anyway, any further commentary on Middlemarch Railway? No?
If we're able to make a comment rather than ask questions, or are you preferring questions at this point? Okay, no, it'll keep. Cheers.
Okay, well, I'm going to move on to this. Right. So, moving on to this, commuter rail. So we've got are there any questions to do with commuter rail? No? Okay, so in that case, I'll invite the speakers to the motion. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I put this up here now because obviously it's not directly relevant with Middlemarch, but indirectly. But there were quite a few submissions asking around passenger rail for Mosgiel and also to Port Chalmers. And there's certainly indication of demand, but it's been something that's been raised a lot by several councillors around this table, well, by a few of us, and it ticks a lot of boxes for looking for sustainability. We've talked about trying to help meet our carbon zero targets and taking cars off the road. And if we had a passenger rail service, that would certainly help with that if people picked it up and used it, obviously. So there'd have to be a really good marketing campaign with it. But I would certainly like this to be considered in the 10-year plan. And so for that, it would need to be looked at and assessed to see whether it was feasible and how we could go about it. We do own Dunedin Rail still, so to look at options for it there. But yeah, so that's why I've put it in there. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Barker, did you want to speak to this, or was that in relation to another?
Oh, it was about the Heritage Precinct, but I think we've got a way forward on that.
Councillor Melly?
Hey, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, this probably came a little bit earlier. Around about page 72 is when those submissions are in there. Councillor Houlihan basically asked me about this, and I suggested we do it in this form, which is, it's not asking for commuter rail, it's asking to ask the community whether they'd be interested in it or not, so therefore it would be in the consultation document of the 10-year plan. So at this point it's really, are we willing to go out and ask the community whether they'd be interested or not, and then we can use that as a directive as to what comes next. The other thing to remember is that the government has changed the rules on public transport operating model, so the staff advice is slightly out of date in as much as territorial authorities maybe, well, are actually, Wellington and Auckland already do run their own rail systems. Yep.
Are there any other speakers? Very good. I shall put the motion. Write a reply. You've had. Yep. Thank you. So I shall now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Moving on. Page 63, items 9 and 10. Any comments, please? Questions? Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I recall concern being expressed by some members of the DLC and/or operators in the Octagon about the quality of the images provided by the CCTV cameras currently in place. And that led to me asking the police if they had any concerns, and they said no, they're fine. So the original concern was never substantiated, but nonetheless it was certainly stated. I'd just like, can anyone comment on both the gear that's being installed and whether or not it will provide evidential quality photographs of whatever it sees?
I can talk a little bit to that. I can't give you specifications, but I am aware that the camera footage wasn't high enough quality to give evidence on a face basis. You couldn't actually recognise for sure who somebody was. The new equipment going in does aim to achieve that.
Councillor Wiley, did you have...
No, I didn't say.
So are there any other questions? No? Yes? Councillor Ellis.
I understand there's been issues with insufficient staff to monitor the cameras in the Octagon and a failed hard drive, so that what images are taken haven't even been able to be recorded. Have those issues been addressed yet?
I can speak to that. The CCTV cameras are not monitored, and they've never been monitored facility. We provide storage for the footage here and give it out as it's requested under the Privacy Act from the police or any internal incidents ourselves. The hardware that you're referring to for storage isn't broken as such, but it is requiring an upgrade, and that's part of the scheduled work. We'll upgrade that hardware.
And when will that upgrade storage happen so that it can be viewed by police?
I'd have to double check for you, Councillor. I'm not sure of the date on that piece of hardware.
Very good. We're done. Over the page, 64, item 11, archives. Any questions? No. Over the page, 65. Oh yes, that's the end of property. Yes, we start the number counting again. We have transport, and we have quite a few pages of requests. I don't think there's a keen desire to press on into the night, so at this stage I move that we adjourn the meeting until, I think it's 10 o'clock tomorrow. Seconded Councillor Walker. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Anyone against? Carried.